Guys, if you're just tuning in or if you're tuning in after the show, I would skip forward like 5 minutes just to get straight to the content. I'll give a few minutes for folks to come in. If you're just tuning in or if you're
Oh crap,
tuning
there's
in
a double
after
feedback.
the show, I would skip forward like 5 minutes. There we go. Oh, good. Looks like we're on YouTube. All right, perfect. Yeah, I'm just gonna give it like 5 minutes for some folks to come in, and then we'll go ahead and have some fun. For those who left comments already, I appreciate that. I did see your comment, Mr. Pitt. It disappeared because I edited the. I actually had to edit the description to add the Discord link. I remember you telling me to put the Discord link in the description of the video. So when I did that, it took away your comments, but I appreciate you being in there. If you're watching now, please. Oh, there we go. There's Mr. Pitt right there. Awesome. Awesome. Shout out, Mr. Pitt. Thank you. Yes, please like the video. If you hit the like button, that helps a lot. VO Warrior. Outlaws in the building, man. Shout out to you. Perfect. And, oh, there it is right there. There are the old comments. Another banging Saturday night stream. Yeah, we'll go for a bit. We got Karan Tuckar in the building. Hi there. Hey, man. Good to see you again. I remember you from the H-1B visa conversation I had with the folks over at Resurgence. So grateful for you being in here, man. Thank you. Let's see. Oh, we got Trevor in here. Nice, man. Oh, let me just switch the other chat so I can see the bigger version. Hi. Hey, Shah. Finally have the time to see one live. How you doing? Doing pretty good, man. I'll be honest. I got kind of I had like a pretty long week. And I actually did another recording with Paul. So we actually got 2 videos with Paul here. Bride Wealth and Dowry. Here's Caesar Quintana's video, by the way. If you guys haven't seen that, please watch that. And then we got What She Brings to the Table. So Paul and I actually, recorded again there on Thursday. And I spent a good amount of time studying and trying to stay on top of my stuff for that. But man, I swear to God, like, even kind of like the day after, I had like a really bad headache. I think I had a huge caffeine crash is what happened. So the last couple of days I've tried to not drink any caffeine. I put away the tea. I haven't had any coffee. In fact, today all I got is some blackberries and some buttermilk. So nice and non-caffeinated there. But I am feeling better, so appreciate that. And I know you were traveling for a bit, Trevor, so that's pretty cool, man. I might be traveling again in the fall if I do some good planning and stuff. Dan the Man, shout out to you, bro. You've inspired this episode. It was actually Dan the Man who left a comment on a video I did questioning whether or not whatever podcast was a TradCon psyop. And Dan the Man actually pointed out, that a few years ago, Brian had Warren Farrell on his show, and he's a legendary men's rights activist who Dan let me know and some other folks know he actually started off as a feminist activist. So I wanted to go ahead and, give Brian, be charitable to Brian and whatever podcast and review this episode, especially since it's men's rights oriented. It is an older episode. It's probably 2, maybe even almost 3 years ago. And, we know a lot of the more recent stuff on whatever podcast is TradCons and, stuff like that. But hey, why not? Why not be, fair and go over this? And to be honest, I'm not super familiar with Warren Farrell, so Paul Elam actually mentioned him to me a couple times while we were having our discussion. So I thought this would help educate me a bit. Are you guys having sound issues out there? It looks like shout out to you, Ahmed, said sound is a little low. I can bump it up on my end. It seems okay, but I just want to make sure you guys are fine. So if you guys can confirm, that'd be great. Otherwise, I'll try to make some changes. Yo, Klaus. Oh man, I'm missing out on some comments here. Oh yeah, I didn't even read Dan's. I'm sorry. Dan says, "Hey Shah, I just finished the second part of your interview with Paul Elam. It was great. I'm glad you guys like that, man. That it seems like it's getting some pretty decent feedback. So I'm happy about that. Paul and I might do another discussion soon. I feel pretty good, man. I feel good because this whole dowry thing, like I've wanted to get this out of my system, I guess, and it is a huge honor to have that on Paul's channel and kind of help bring those concepts to the space in a way and do a deep dive into that. So big shout out to Paul. Please check out the videos if you haven't already. And also, yeah, I guess I should mention this. I mean, if any of the other folks from Paul's channel are here, shout out to you guys. But I think being on this and helped me pass the 2,000 subscriber mark. So I'm actually at the channel has grown. We're at like 2,014 subscribers. So that's pretty awesome. That's pretty cool. I appreciate everybody who's new and everybody who's been here and participates. That audio is a little low, huh? I wonder what is causing that. I'm not sure what it is. Everything seems the same on my end, but I feel like it could be some technical thing. I'll bump up my voice audio. And how about right there? Does that sound a little better? I put it up a tiny bit. Nothing too crazy, but I'll keep reading through these chats, and if you guys notice it's still a little low, then I will, I'll put it up a little bit, tiny bit. If it's too loud, let me know. Klaus, great to see you, man. Thanks again for putting the video in the Discord earlier. By the way, if you guys want to join the Discord, I put the link in the description of this video, so you guys can see it there. Ahmed, good to see you. Hey, Marcus Gray, great to see you, man. What's up, Shah? I enjoyed both of your conversations with Paul Elam. Thank you, man. It's a blessing, man. I really do appreciate being able to talk to Paul. He's a legend in the space, and him taking time to give me an interview and even put me on his channel is more than I can ask for. Michael Sayin says, "Sound is good for me, Klaus." Perfect. Michael Sayin says, "I watched the Paul Elam too. Same with Post Millennial Man. He loved it." Man, thank you. Gosh, I feel like I'm just throwing the same sound effect over and over again. But yeah, man, I'm glad everybody liked it, man. Honestly, and Paul, Michael saying, especially for you, Michael usually comes in here and he will drop some gems. So keep an eye on him. Sometimes he puts stuff in the chat that blows everybody's mind. And shout out to Post Millennial Man. Karen says, "Yes, that's me. I subscribed to your channel after that. You've got amazing content. I saw both your interviews with Paul, and I hope you guys keep on with the collaboration." Yeah, I mean, we'll do our best. Paul reached out to me again, and he really liked the way the video turned out, and folks on his channel are appreciating it too. He actually posted it in more than one place, and he did say I can post it on the channel. I was just waiting a bit to make sure his channel gets more of the views. I don't think he cares one way or another, but I'll probably post those same videos here eventually. So if you guys see that, just know that's what that is. Sounds a little low. Sounds like it got fixed though. Thanks for the welcomes there. Michael, audio is just a little low for Mr. Pitt. Robert says, "Those Paul Elam discussions were fire. Takes me back to the Red Pill days with Cassie J." Man, a lot of people were saying they felt that way. It's a totally new concept, at least with marriage transactions and that kind of stuff, and the awesome thing about all this too is that, like, Paul's audience, and between our audience and Paul's audience, there's a lot of sharp people, a lot of sharp guys. So if it gets spread around a little bit more, and who knows, maybe some other people can take that and they can find all kinds of stuff in whatever rabbit holes they go down. So I'd love to hear how people respond to it. Yo, Raymond, shout out to Raymond. Guys, if you haven't done so already, please check out Raymond's channel. Raymond, I've been watching some of your videos over the week here, and I don't know, man. There's just something special about this channel here, Raymond Thoughts and Minds, and he's got a lot of good stuff, a lot of different topics. So if you guys haven't seen his stuff, please you can see that red bar. That's me. It's me looking at stuff. Even when I'm working, sometimes I just got one of his videos in the background. It's just nice to listen to. So shout out to you, man. Congrats on 2K. Thank you, man. It's all thanks to you guys. We'll be here when you reach 200K. Hey, man, maybe someday, maybe someday. That would be freaking awesome. Sounds good for you. Awesome. Current says, by the way, man, Paul mentioned about India in your second interview with him. Just a recommendation. Please check if you can get Anil Murthy from Save Indian Family Foundation. You know, I've seen him on Twitter. Maybe I could reach out to him and have a discussion with him. I saw some of the recent events over there, and there was the gentleman who took his own life. And what's interesting about India is, India's gone through a process of modernization, and it's interesting because a lot of people in India practice the dowry still. The dowry in India goes back, I think, to like the law of Manu. It goes back a long way in India. And more recently, I think in the 60s, they made a dowry prohibition laws when that happened in India. And still, many people still practice it because, old habits die hard. But they have a series of anti-dowry laws which women are able to use to extort their husbands' families. And there was an activist on Pearl's show, an Indian woman. This was around the time when that whole thing was on Twitter. And she was explaining how those laws are used by the wife, basically, to extort the husband's family. And so it's a mess over there, in terms of that. And, feminism seems to be kind of on the rise there. So yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting things that can be learned from watching what's going on there. Arthur Dunn, shout out to you, man. All right. Well, I think, all right, we're at 11 minutes. That was a lot longer than I was planning, but shout out to you, man. Shout out to everybody in here. I say we just get to the fun. We'll try to get to this. I actually have another China bride price video. Actually, Paul's the one who sent it to me, so I might react to that after this if we got time. Elena, shout out to you and the folks at Resurgence over there. Hope you guys are doing well. So again, some of you guys might be more familiar with Warren Farrell than I am. And I thought we'd take the opportunity here to watch this and, hear what he's got to say. He's written a good number of books. I think the most recent one is called The Boy Crisis. And here's his background. He's an American political scientist and activist, and he was a well-known supporter of second-wave feminism. So he's been around for a while doing this. And then later on, what happened is he actually changed over to men's rights, because I think he saw, this is how I think it happened, but I think he kind of saw feminism going off the deep end and realized that, it's if feminists, if there's going to be a gender liberation movement for women, then there should also be one for men. Now, that's something tradcons probably don't want to hear, because liberation movement means kind of a release from traditional responsibilities, right, or traditional roles. But, if women are having that, then men should at least be given a sort of balanced deal in that whole affair. So that's kind of interesting. He then, goes on, he writes a book called The Myth of Male Power, Women Can't Hear What Men Don't Say, Father and Child Reunion. So he's been around for a while. I do want to read Dan the Man's comment. And this was on the, I forgot to show the Wikipedia. My bad, guys. You guys missed that whole thing. But here's the legend right here, Warren Farrell. And it was, it's just a bunch of text on a screen. Here's Dan the Man's comment on this video I made. Maybe I was a little tough on whatever podcast sometimes. And to be fair, there are maybe some legitimate things there. 2 years ago, maybe even 3 years ago almost, Warren Farrell's on there. But then, more recently, it's, it goes from men's rights to basically this. It's like tradcons and this. And hey, it's almost kind of like a timeline of what kind of happened overall in the space. Gosh, look at these thumbnails, huh? Oh man, every single one of them, but it goes from this thumbnail, right? Men's rights to basically just this the whole time. And, I guess I can say this is an indictment on Brian, but it's also an indictment on the space. Like, this is what gets the views. That's what people want to see. But, I thought I'd at least take a stream and be charitable here and celebrate the men's rights guy that was on here. So, just to be fair. Karan Tuckar says, I'm starting to really enjoy this community here. Simply amazing. Man, thank you, man. I appreciate that. I kind of look at this as Saturday night, and people don't really go to the bar anymore and talk to their friends. That used to be a thing probably for our fathers and their fathers before them. This is like our tavern, We come in here and it's just a little bit more casual and fun. Arthur says, I don't think you can do a stream without bringing up the dowry. LOL, love it. Yeah. Man, it's once you see it, it's hard to unsee it. It's kind of how I look at it, and I feel like it's a natural evolution from my child support stuff. Because, when you work at child support, I was so trained to look at both parties' incomes because we'd use a calculator to determine child support, and, spousal support even comes off of that kind of thing too. And when I'd go around or I see couples or I go to a wedding or something happens, like my brain just sees the calculator and I'm really looking at both sides of the income here, And it's funny because dowry has this aspect of like almost plugging in both sides of stuff into the equation and seeing whether it levels out or it doesn't level out. There's a lot of interesting implications of it, Raymond says, wait, whatever actually trying now with valuable guests, never thought I'd see the day. Well, just to be clear, this is a stream from 2 years ago, November 22nd, 2022. Honestly, bro, that's almost 3 years ago. This is not recent. I just figured I'd, go back and celebrate them actually having the men's rights guy on, the one time. I mean, I would like to see more of this on there, but no, this has been whatever podcast more recently. Let's just be honest, man. You know what I mean? I just feel like I'm kind of hard on whatever podcast sometimes. And, I want to be a little charitable where I can. So this is where we're at right now. We are not over here. This is almost 3 years ago, just to be clear. So Pierre Goonfield, exactly. Exactly. And I mean, and it's pure. Yeah, it's going after men's basis instincts there. If Shah's going to bring up the dowry, at least play the dowry song I made. Oh, yeah, I got to do that. Listen, remind me at the end. I'll pull it up. Oh, 22. Yeah, okay. So that's pretty much it. Yeah, no caffeine for me tonight. And again, after this, if we got time, we got a video on a updated law on property in China, which might be pretty interesting for us. So we'll go and start it here, guys. Oh, crap. I know I was supposed to read Dan the Man's comment, but, basically Dan the Man was just kind of talking about how it might be a TradCon psyop, but it might not be, and it might just be Brian just being influenced and maybe not knowing about it. But he also brought up that Brian did bring up Warren Farrell, at one point on the podcast. Warren Farrell is a men's rights activist who used to be a prominent feminist activist during second wave feminism. I learned from that interview that Warren's book, The Boy Crisis, inspired some Florida lawmakers to write 2 laws that would help men and young boys. One of the bills, the Equal Share Parenting Bill, got vetoed by Ron DeSantis. According to Warren, 2 groups played a major role in killing this bill, NOW and the Florida Bar Association, which influenced Ron DeSantis to veto that part of the bill. So he has interviewed a men's rights activist before. So, yeah, Dan the Man brought that to our attention. And you know what's interesting about these interviews from like 2 or 3 years ago? I think it'll help snap us into that frame of mind of where everybody was 2 or 3 years ago. And then we might have an advantage of being able to see few years down the line and say, what changed or how have expectations changed, these kinds of things.
Because that's sort of your... And we are live. Welcome to the Whatever Podcast, coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California. I'm your host, Brian Atwood.
Again, guys, if there's anything with audio, just let me know.
I'm joined today by my guest, Dr. Warren Farrell. Warren Farrell is an American political scientist, activist, and author of several best-selling books, including The Boy Crisis, why our boys are struggling and what we can do about it, as well as the myth of male power and why men earn more. I don't have that one here, but it's online. His books are published in more than 50 countries and in 19 languages. He graduated with a master's from UCLA and a PhD from NYU, both in political science. He has taught at UC San Diego, San Diego State, Brooklyn College, Georgetown University, and Rutgers University. Warren, thank you so much for joining me.
I'm really looking forward to our talk, Brian.
So I've known about you for well over a decade now. I'd read The Myth of Male Power in 2007. I was 18. Definitely had an impact on how I viewed things.
That's interesting. So that gives us some background on Brian's men's rights inspirations.
So I've been very much looking forward to speaking with you today. So just first off, how was your International Men's Day, which was just on Saturday?
I understand good, but I didn't get as much involved with it this time, except the Australian people did a really big International Men's Day, and I had some involvement with that. So it's, on the scheme of things, pretty much men's issues are pretty invisible to the culture. It seems like men are an issue, but they're not an issue to pay attention to in an empathetic way. And so part of my life has been spent recently. As you know, I was previously on the board of directors of the National Organization for Women in New York City, and so I was...
National Organization for Women. So that's what NOW was, and Dan's comment there.
I suppose the world's leading male feminist for a while, but as I started seeing boys and men's having issues, I started paying attention to that. And once I started paying attention to that, I realized the issues were much deeper than I thought they were at the beginning.
It's just interesting. It's interesting how someone who starts off like as a staunch feminist then suddenly realizes that, oh crap, this is going to be bad for men. Sounds like he saw that a long time ago too. So he's been watching this catastrophe unfold here, which is just interesting to me.
Gotcha.
Another interesting thing too is like, this is 3 years ago, and it's interesting because especially after this last election, the hope is that based off what happened, that not just Republicans and Democrats, but especially Democrats too, just because they really haven't cared about men, might see that men as a voting bloc are especially important. So maybe next time around they'll start catering to men more and trying to win men over. This last election, you had Trump go on Joe Rogan, I think Aiden Ross, and some of these more men-specific podcasts or platforms where Kamala Harris kind of just gave the cold shoulder.
And we'll definitely get into some of your background in a little bit. So as it relates to International Men's Day, and I bring it up because I wanted to get your reaction to, and maybe you've seen this, the UN Twitter posting this. Eric, can you switch over to the window tab, please? So this is from the UN Women.
It's so funny that he's talking about International Men's Day. This must have been a thing, and I'm sure it's still a thing, but I swear I do not remember International Men's Day last year or the year before that. So we got to do a better job, I guess, of getting International Men's Day some attention.
They posted this on International Men's Day. Happy International Men's Day. Thank you to all men who support women and girls, share the care at home, advocate for gender equality. And there was a bit of pushback. And Eric, if you can go to the next one too. This is from, I believe, last year. Happy International Men's Day to all the male allies around the world who support women.
Oh God, International Men's Day, and they had to make it about women. This is from the UN right here, United Nations. Happy International Men's Day to all the male allies around the world who support women, defy gender roles, fight gender-based violence, and stand up for equality. Okay. And that's UN_women invites everyone everywhere to support generation equality. Generation equality or gender equality? What the heck's going on there?
Fight gender roles, fight gender-based violence, and stand up for equality. And there's a bit of...
And keep in mind, the next rabbit hole I'm trying to go on is this sort of how the UN and these international organizations, I guess, pressured other places to change their laws based off of whatever values, they were pushing. And the UN, I think has a large role to play in that as it adopts different conventions or whatever about, women's equality and gender discrimination and all that stuff. And then that gets pressured on other smaller nations to then change their laws. And my next sort of, I guess, adventure here is to try to track down studies on that, try to track down any, I don't know, just old discussions about that to see kind of how that happened, as it brings other countries into the fold. Real quick, Raymond says, I'm very pro-Trump, but unfortunately he is very old guard when it comes to men and women's issues / the sex war. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, he's just mostly from a different time. I mean, I know he has been divorced a few times, and he's even been Me Too'd, frankly, at this point. But yeah, it does seem like he's kind of more. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's not really anything I think he's talked about too much or seems to be up front and center for him. So, International Men's Day happens every year. Your local pastor will remind you to call your mother and make dinner for your wife. Yeah. International Men's Day happens, and we got to make it about women. Same thing that happens every Father's Day in the church. I've definitely heard about that before. Marriage causes divorce. Hey, man, shout out to you. Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion are spreading the masculine, independent boss babe mentality. Very much so. I mean, you can see that in movies too. But yeah, they are very much representative of the takeover of the boss babe archetype, so to speak.
Push back on this because some people were commenting, well, you're making International Men's Day not really about men. Do you have a reaction to that, especially from such a large organization as the UN?
Yeah, it completely, it creates an understanding of why we need an International Men's Day, because that is a complete misunderstanding of what Men's Day is about. It is partially about that. I think every man involved with at least the perspectives on gender that I have, every one of us supports women. We support even hashtag Me Too, because we want women to be able to express their feelings. We want women to be empowered, but we want hashtag Me Too to be not a monologue, but a dialogue. We want International Men's Day to be able to be,
wonder if this is before a lot of the Me Too stuff came out, about, I can't remember if this is before like Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. I think this might be around the same time, where a lot of that Me Too stuff kind of got almost discredited. Even now, I know Ahmed was in the Discord talking about I think it's Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds, but there seems to be something going on with that story that really discredits Me Too also. Man, Raymond, very generous, bro. I appreciate the super chat, man. Honestly, that's hard-earned money right there, hard-earned American dollars. Women have become the men they hated. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. That is the norm out here today, and that is what's celebrated. Karen says, I have seen a very interesting thread on LinkedIn, which is feminist inherently. How can I send that to you? Men on LinkedIn have started pushing back as well. Man, I do not have a LinkedIn. I think the best way to probably be to copy and paste it, and then you can put it in the Discord in the tavern as a chat, and I could read it that way. But yeah. Mr. Pitt says, yo, MCD. I thought that meant McDonald's for a second. Marriage Causes Divorce is in the building. Now it's a party. Shout out to Marriage Causes Divorce.
Men die earlier, 14 out of 15 of the leading causes of death.
Thanks again for the donation, Raymond. It's a lot of money, man. I appreciate that.
And there's 0 federal offices of men's health. There's 7 federal offices of women's health, even though they live 5 years longer, even though they're less likely to die out of 14 out of the 15 leading causes of death. We have women in the next few years. 2 women will be graduating from college for every male. That's a women's issue, and it's a men's issue too. And so we want to see it recognized as a women's issue, because we want women to have men who are worthy of their love. And there are very few women who graduate from college, who are interested in marrying male dropouts from college. And so everything, the complete misunderstanding.
Yeah, I bet that's a tough decision for them, because, they don't want to be on the other side of that, having to pay alimony side. Once now that women have, a lot of the jobs, especially access to more higher earning ones, you will see that sometimes, but women are very smart and transactional when it comes to that kind of thing. But yeah, the courts will look at who's making more money, and depending on how that goes, she might be the one paying alimony. And frankly, there should be more pressure on them to get rid of this sort of, oh, men need to make more or provide. If the guy makes as much or whatever, if you want to be the breadwinner, then be the breadwinner and put your money where your mouth is on that in that regard. But when the shoe's on the other foot, then suddenly they don't want to do it. And men should have that exact same sort of negotiating with them. It's like, why should I? I'm not going to just give you a free ride. Marriage Causes Divorce says LinkedIn is a cesspool of women playing victim and low value males simping for them. Sounds like you just kind of described corporate culture there in a nutshell. I don't have much experience on LinkedIn. I think I made one probably like 15 years ago. Back when I was, like fresh out of college looking for a job, but I never used it. And from everything I've ever heard about LinkedIn is it's just a bunch of, I don't know if fakeness is the right word, but it's this kind of like, you know how it is like with corporation speak and y'all, it's like a lot of like, oh, like corporation virtue signaling, if that makes sense. And that kind of culture, I think really doesn't help men or doesn't really encourage you to, like, when I think back at working at a place that's kind of like that, it's like, if you have a problem, like men are generally more direct, on things. And if let's say there's something going on with the coworker or something, like you might just kind of deal with it straight away. But what'll happen is like you'll get in trouble and they'll be like, no, you should have talked to your supervisor about it first. Like, well, they're essentially telling like you should go snitch to your supervisor first and then go from there. And I think most men naturally wouldn't do that, where women are like fine with it. And then, after years of being in that kind of culture, it just maybe changes you a little bit. But at first you're like, what the hell? Why would I do that? Why would I go to my supervisor for this stupid, thing? Ahmed says, props to old Brian for bringing up the UN tweets. I just don't understand how he went from interviewing Warren and advocating for men to the nonsense he's doing now. Yeah, man. I mean, I wish I had a cash register sound effect, but my guess would be it just has something to do with, views and money. And I would say this kind of culminated in sort of that beef between Fresh and Fit and whatever, in which they're kind of both accusing each other of being in it for the money and selling things or grifting, basically. So it kind of culminated into that, and people it was creating this kind of red meat content and sort of gladiatorial games. I mean, yeah, because this is a relatively fun discussion, but then it kind of becomes like gladiator games. You know what I mean? It's like, let's just get the folks and have them duke it out, and tradcons with OF or, whatever it is, progressive liberals and conservatives, sometimes red pill guys and OF, and what's your body count, so yeah, this is pretty high level discussion. And then it kind of just goes to what's your body count. But, again, ka-ching, I need to get a ka-ching sound effect on here. That would work perfectly right now. W. Mr. Pitt, absolutely. W. Mr. Pitt. Invest in cat food industry. It's where the money is made in 10 to 20 years. Yeah. I'm part of that now. I've had a cat show up on my front door, and now we're best buddies. Michael Sand says they don't charge alimony anymore. They just doubled the cost of child support. Yeah. Well, they call that like pseudo alimony, where I think it was Kevin Costner. I did a video on Kevin Costner, and his ex-wife was asking for a very huge amount of child support, and the judge, I mean, it's still a large amount that she got, but the judge basically was like, you're trying to get pseudo alimony from him, because I think they did have a prenup. And the last I heard about it, she was going to challenge the prenup, but I don't know if the prenup held or not. I got to see if there's been any more news about that. But the judge pretty much called her out for trying to get pseudo child support, essentially. Or not pseudo child support, pseudo alimony through child support, excuse me. Marriage Causes Divorce. Judges, especially the 304 single mom judges, will never ask wives to pay alimony. Yeah. Well, even men, men too kind of have this thing about, like masculinity is attached to this concept of providing, at least the masculinity we've all been gaslighted with. So a guy might even be owed it, and he's more likely to refuse the alimony than the woman will. But you know, that might be changing coming up soon here. Raymond says LinkedIn is literally where human waste goes to DEI. Oh man, gosh. So I think I've been blessed not to have been on there. Uh, MCD says 95% of alimony is paid from husband to wife. Yep, very much true. Corporate America destroyed my soul. Man, it destroys everybody's soul. Because the only way this kind of culture of like not being able to like just kind of, I mean, just this sort of gray office culture, it has to be that way. You know what I mean? Because it's like corporate culture is all about this kind of globalized marketplace. You got to get all these different kinds of people in here as much as you can. And you have to crush their souls in order to get them, I guess, to just work together and play nice and all these kinds of things as much as possible. But it's beyond that. It's also about, you know, paying you as least amount possible. And then, you know, firing you with no advance notice and all these kinds of things. Money, that's how. There you go. I might have to skip some chats, but, you know, just to get back to this real quick, Michael Sand says marriage under 5 years might see alimony payments for only 20% of the marriage length, while a marriage of 20 years or more could result in alimony for full length of the marriage or indefinitely. Yeah, in California, past 10 years is where it starts to be considered a long-term deal. So if you pass 10 years, then it's anybody's guess. Typically under that, they'll do like half the length of the marriage. That's my understanding of it. Myron Walter from F&F will be going on whatever this year. I saw a tweet about that. Myron was supposed to go in January, and he had put that in a tweet responding to something Brian said. He was just like, I'm going to put these, you know, ladies in check for you in January. But it's February now, so it hasn't happened. But, you know, sounds like it's coming up. That'll be interesting. Typically men refuse alimony. However, you can't refuse child support because of the federal reimbursement. Yeah, that's right. The only way to actually refuse it is if there's no welfare involved. So if there is welfare involved, then what'll happen is, you know, the other person's going to have to pay. If there isn't welfare involved, you can choose to not enforce the order, or you guys can choose to agree to stipulate to zero. Now, depending on the situation, especially if it's like mom and she's like, oh, I don't want them to pay, they might say, let's put this into court, because they'll be like, well, how are you supporting yourself? Why do you want it to be zero? And the judge might make a decision. But if there's no welfare, the parents typically should be able to do whatever they want to do, assuming they agree. If they don't agree, then that's where the problem starts. Raymond says, Taryn Pop has done the math. A woman can literally live work-free off child support and alimony until Social Security kicks in. Yeah, I mean, well, to be fair, I mean, it's like child support is just, it's almost like another form of Social Security. What's, you know, Title 4D is part of the Social Security Act, I believe. And it's just another form of, you know, wealth transfer, in this case, from the guys. Ahmed says the Blake Lively story is actually pretty important. It has the potential to shed light on some of the ways men are graped in society. Who knows? Feminists will spin it to make her the victim somehow. We'll see how that turns out. I got to spend more attention to that. Judges have worked out how to get around the prenup. They just double the child support instead. Genius. Ahmed says, is there any possibility that Elon will go after the $421 billion we spend on the welfare of single mothers? I think 25% of that goes to child support, right? You know, the reason I don't think that they can just stop it, or they will go after it, is because if you suddenly do that, you will have a large number of just homeless women and homeless children. And a lot of states are compelled to listen to the federal government on this and comply with having the federal child support program in their state. Because if they don't do that, they'll withdraw the welfare funds for them to disperse in their own state welfare programs. And basically, to me, the sort of indirect threat is that if you don't do what the federal government wants you to do, we're going to take away this money, and you're going to have like a huge influx of orphan kids and women that you're now going to have to use state funds to house and take care of. So if Trump and Elon does that, there's going to be, I think, a huge rise in homelessness, and not just with male homelessness, but it'll be with women and kids too. So that's the tough part about it. Blake Lively is Amber Heard 2.0. Justin Baldoni is getting red pilled right now. I really got to look into this story. I think Candace Owens did some stuff, but it sounds pretty interesting. Brian should invite you with Andrew and Jake Rattlesnake. No chicks needed there, but I'd say Rachel is fine if she wants to be at the table. This will be a much more productive podcast. What I think Brian should do is he should have a round table where it's like a red pill guy, a tradcon guy, a MGTOW guy, a men's rights guy. And, everybody can have a discussion about that and see, I don't know. It would be interesting. I think that would be a productive discussion because you can have these different aspects of what men think and have that sort of go its way. I will say about Andrew though, that doesn't particularly excite me. I've been watching his stuff for a while and he's like a heavy blood sports debater. He's a little bit of a bully. I was listening to a space on Twitter last night and it was Pearl and her boyfriend Nuclear. And I was listening to it for like a good 30 minutes and it was fine. I was like, oh, this is interesting. I was just doing some stuff on the computer listening. And then Pearl invited Andrew and Rachel to come on because she wanted to ask Andrew about Nala Ray. There's been some new stuff about Nala. And I swear to God, within like 5 minutes, it's just cussing. It's this, it's that. It's Andrew yelling at Nuclear, just all this BS. And I'm just like, man, I get that the blood sports stuff is entertaining. But I don't know. I think if Brian got pissed at me or something and was like, come on the show, I would challenge him back and be like, come on my show. Because I don't think I've ever seen Brian on somebody else's show. It's always him in his tower waiting to sick his goons on you. Raymond says, it's all just a wealth transfer. Talk soon, brother. I got to crash. Yeah, man, no worries. Thanks for coming in. And again, thank you so much for the donation. Very generous, man. Looking forward to our discussion. Definitely. Raymond and I will be having a discussion that we'll post in the coming weeks. So more to come on that. I can give you a summary of the Blake Lively story on the Discord later. It's a rabbit hole. Yeah, please, man. I appreciate that. I would appreciate that.
Standing about International Men's Day from the United Nations perspective is that the only real issues are women's issues, and we support men who support women, as opposed, and that's exactly what the gender studies has done in every university around the country. Gender studies has been defined as women's issues. And yes, we support men who support women. So which is completely missing the fact that there are just thousands of men's issues. Almost every father that is divorced that I know of, if he wishes to have equal amount of time with the children.
This is custody. And remember, taxpayers will get a child support order so fast for women. They don't have to pay a penny. You just walk into the child support agency. Every county has one. And they're going to do everything. But when it comes to custody, that's firmly rooted in private family law. And the guy's going to need to pay. He's going to need to hire an attorney, most likely, for a lot of these cases. We went over Father X's channel. He has so many helpful videos about that. But his grand total was over $100,000 for what he had to spend.
He finds.
I mean, we saw Cesar Quintana's interview on Paul Elam. It's just, if it's up to me, and I know maybe a lot of conservatives wouldn't like this, but if we're going to have a taxpayer-funded child support system, we should have a taxpayer-funded custody system at the very least. So to try to facilitate a father-son relationship, father-daughter relationship, fathers should not have to pay out of pocket when dealing with the courts for something so important. We should be trying to help them with that. Instead, it's like, you got to do all this other stuff. It's such a racket, especially because of that.
That there's often, and his wife is not interested in that. She has the right to the children, and he has to fight for children. That's not just a men's issue. So that is a children's issue, because children who don't have equal amounts of time with their fathers are much, much more likely to have problems in more than 70 different metrics, from suicide to likelihood to drop out of high school, to being unemployed, and so on. And so men's and boys' issues need attention, but the degree to which they need attention is in part reinforced by the complete blindness of the United Nations to anything about men that is of value, except to the degree that we support women.
Gotcha. Actually, Eric, we have we have a few more. If you can pull back up the window tab, if you can go over to the next one. So this was a bit surprising to me. So I don't know if you heard about this. This is from the UN, the United Nations Twitter.
From United Nations Twitter, more people in the world have mobile phones than toilets, but access to safely managed sanitation is crucial for healthy lives. Well, okay, let's see where this is going.
So they made, instead of announcing that November 19th was International Men's Day, the UN has made November 19th World Toilet Day.
World Toilet Day?
I don't know if you heard about this. So more people, they just posted this, I think, a day before what should have been International Men's Day, but more people in the world have mobile phones than toilets. On Saturdays, World Toilet Day, and they go on. And Eric, if you can tab over to the next one too. This was another post from the UN Twitter, mentioning World Toilet Day.
I don't know what he's going on about Toilet Day for. I mean, listen, I am a supporter of toilets, so if we can get toilets to places, I'm not against that.
By the way, no mention of International Men's Day. The UN Women's Twitter, they mentioned it, but it's kind of
okay. I see. So he's just saying there's a lack of men stuff going on there. Marriage Causes Divorce says stick to having one kid max. Helps to minimize child support and helps to minimize the number of years you have to pay it. Screw the inevitable birth rate collapse. Well, yeah, the birth rate collapse stuff is just noise until they incentivize people, or at least make things more balanced. Then that's another deal. But yeah, again, it should really be up to. For me, it's about letting people, I guess, trying to educate folks on what the risks are, and once you're fully, I used to call it walking through the fire back when I worked at child support. Like, at a certain point, it's like, well, okay, I guess, if it sucks, but maybe having to walk through the fire someday is what needs to happen. But, yeah, man, I used to see all kinds of stuff. There's something I used to call going nuclear. And going nuclear was when a guy had one kid and he was so pissed about the child support deal that what he would do is go have a bunch of other kids with a bunch of other baby mamas. And, it's one guy with you remember that I got 7 kids with 7 baby mamas guy from a few years back? What happens in that situation is this guy has one job. So if you really want to cause pain, but it's bad because a lot of people's lives are in the mix. And, I get, it's not a good thing to do. I'm just saying when some people finally lose their minds, this is what they do. Every other kid you have with a different baby mama, there's only so much out of this pot of what this guy makes to where it's most of these orders end up being $60, $12. This one's $80. And everybody just loses in the situation because, you can only get so much blood out of that turnip. And then it's just they're just, child support was screw you. And then you're just screw you to everybody else. And you'll probably be a lifer in the sense of, you probably won't pay it all off, but everybody loses when that happens. Ahmed says, wow, World Toilet Day. That's what they think about men's rights. Yeah, I get it now. It's just, let's talk about that instead of, so this was on the same day as International Men's Day. Okay. Yeah. That's terrible. That's terrible. Terrible. Women, toilet, men. Wow. That's sad as hell.
Interesting that I don't know if there's anything malicious there. Eric, if you can go ahead and bring it back, but to put World Toilet Day on what is International Men's Day, which has existed much longer, seems like maybe some shots are being fired, so to speak.
It does suggest that men's issues should be flushed down the toilet, basically.
Wow.
And that, we're the equivalent
that's crazy. Thanks for pointing that out to me, guys. That's wild.
Of what you put down the toilet. and it's sort of, and it's always a good way of looking at these things is imagine the reverse. Let us say on International Women's Day that same day was chosen to be International Toilet Day. Would some women feel like that was sort of a little bit of a slam on, first of all, dividing the attention from their issues to something else, and then that something else be a toilet?
Gotcha. We just have a few more here because the UN just keep going. Eric, if you could pull it back up, head on over to the next one. I think these next ones are not related to International Women's Day. So I don't know if you saw this one. So this is UN Women, and the UN also mentioned this too, but the original UN Women account took it.
Of the all journalists killed in 2021, 11% were women. In 2020, this was 6%. God, that's so crazy. You know, obviously, I think the underwriting there is that, well, 11% were women, 89% were men. It's just like, damn. Stop targeting women journalists. This is crazy.
Down, but we found it on this.
I don't know if that's the actual UN Women. Okay,
the
it's
one
the
they
women
have.
one.
So, of all journalists killed in 2021, 11% were women. In 2020, this was 6%. Let us say out loud, stop targeting women journalists. Wow. So that's...
Yes, I did see that. But I didn't see the full context until you just showed it to me. And that is amazing. And again, one of the simplest things to do is to reverse things. And so if 89% of the people who were journalists who were killed, if they're women, and 11% were men, can you imagine the protest being that men were the ones that were targeted, especially since before, a few years ago, it was only 8% or 6% men. And so the emphasis, and that is very, it is though a good example of exactly what has been happening in the last years.
It's so sad because that's one of those things that just shows, you know, like how invisible men are. Like in the sense of they're not even thinking about men or men's well-being. It's just like, oh, well, men are supposed to be like this, you know? And that's another reason why this most recent election is more, I don't know, it's important, I think, because hopefully it solidifies that men as a cohort, a voting sort of block cohort, is at least more important to them in some ways. So hopefully they will at least take notice, you know what I mean? But we'll see. Klaus says, this birth rate collapse, who cares about that? Elon is making posts on X all the time, while at the same time, Tesla pays travel costs for abortions. Makes sense out of that. Dang, that is crazy. Yeah. Wow, yeah, that is, you know, that really is another thing too. I mean, it's just, God, you know, it's funny, and I wasn't going to bring up the dowry again, but see, this is where the dowry system makes sense. You know what I mean? Because the dowry systems help young people get together and take advantage of that fertility window. You know what I mean? It's either helping with abortions now, or it's helping with the IVF. It's so backwards. The Resurgence. Hey, shout out to the Resurgence. Thanks for being in here, man. The birth rate collapse will not reverse so long as men are treated as pack animals for women's desires. Yeah. And honestly, and it shouldn't reverse. It really shouldn't. It's just, honestly, men turning their back, or at least just holding off until they get it, is the best thing men can do for negotiating and leverage. Robert Spencer says, oh, is that who is it? I love that guy. It's Warren Farrell. Yeah. So Warren Farrell, another legendary men's rights activist, just like Paul Elam. He started off as a feminist, and then he came over to the men's side. So yeah, shout out to Warren Farrell, and shout out to you, Robert. Even if 100% of male journalists were deleted, women would complain there is no one to pay their alimony and child support. So they would claim women are still the victims. Wasn't it like Hillary Clinton who said women are like the biggest victims of war? I think it was Hillary Clinton, and it was something that just came off like so stupid. Like, really? Is that so? Women are the biggest victims of war. Okay. Happy Bachelor. Hey, man, welcome in. Thanks for coming back. What's up, my dudes? Hope everyone's having a good Saturday and weekend. Things are going good. Things are going better for me now, man. Had a huge headache in the morning, but, you know, I think I'm going through a caffeine withdrawal. I was pumping in the caffeine really good before the second talk here with Paul Elam, and I think the day after I just crashed, man. So thank God that's almost over. I'm a victim of my own bad decisions with caffeine. So play the song. You talking about the Dowry song? All right, let me pull up the Discord, and I got to get the link for the song again. Damn it. I think I bookmarked it, but I'm going to have to scroll up. There's going to be a lot of scrolling up here. All right, we'll play the Dowry song. Oh gosh. All right, let's see. Man, there's been a lot of chatting in the Discord going on. I like to see it. I like to see it. Don't worry, guys. We're almost there. My scroll finger is unmatched. Oh God. Dan the man, if you're here, just put it back in there. Men need to be heard. Oh, here we go. All right, we're almost there. City is ours. Oh crap, I think I passed it. Is this your music? Oh, no, that's Mr. Pitt. Dowry Dreams. All right, let's do the second one. I like the second one. Visit site. All right, let me just get this. Are you guys ready for Dan the Man's original music here? Dan the Man, shout out to you for making this. Here, you know what? We'll get the lyrics up while we go. And this is the original Dowry Dreams song.
Shah's got a plan, yeah, he's got the gold.
Right, here's the lyrics.
Says this dowry gonna make it bold.
Honestly, man, the dowry wisdom is gold. It really is a lot of gold.
Love ain't cheap in the world today. But with this dowry, we'll find.
Shout out, Dan. Shout out, Mr. Pitt.
In the banquet halls, shining light.
I actually really love this song.
Promises made under moonlit nights. Shah dreams of futures wrapped in lace. Hopes a dowry helps love embrace.
Dowry helps stop unfettered hypergamy.
Save those marriages with gifts and glittering packages. No broken hearts, no empty stages. Shah's dowry dream rewrites the pages.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Families pulling at the strings to a couple with world on their wings. Shah believes with all his might that a dowry brings love's true light.
Man, AI is just on another level.
Hearts once burdened, weighed down by fears. Shah's dowry wipes away the tears. In the simple act of giving gold lies the love that's shining bold. Gonna save those marriages with gifts and glittering packages. No broken hearts, no empty stages. Shah's dowry dream rewrites the pages.
Beautiful, man. Absolutely beautiful. It does sound like a wedding song, doesn't it? It's like the rain cloud just parted and a rainbow's coming through. Man. That's beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. You know what we got to do, guys? Oh, wow. That ending is that's a nice. I swear to God, like, you know what I'm going to do, man? I'm taking the rainbow symbology back and I'm going to attach it to the dowry. I'm going to call it the dowry rainbow, you know, and it's the rainbow is going to be ours and it's going to belong to the dowry. It's magical. It's going to save marriage. It's going to help stop the impending birth rate collapse, which is already occurring. Man, again, yeah, seriously. Arthur has it right there, bro. Dan, massive W. Seriously, a massive W. Marriage cause divorce, demonetization. I don't think playing that song would demonetize it. It's an original song from Dan, so we should be all right there. Man, I want to hear so many different adaptations of that song. Like, I want the late night driving home song version of that. I want like a huge jazz solo. I want like the Japanese 80s jazz sort of pop remix version of that. I want the rap version of that. Man, AI is going to give it all to us. So again, yes, massive W to Dan. Dan's a legend out here for that. I'm cracking up. That song is hilarious. Gonna request it at the next wedding I go to. Exactly. AI is awesome. It is, man. And you guys on that DeepSeek, I made sure to get that on my phone. And, they need to play this walking down the aisle. It's amazing how, like, this just makes everybody think. If you want to sell guys on getting married, this is the way to do it. Not just this song, but the dowry also. Or first dance. Could you imagine me just my first dance, the wedding, just having the biggest smile on my face? Just like, it's the way, like this is exactly, everything is just amazing in this moment. The song sounds like the doves have been released at a wedding. Yeah, exactly. Beautiful song. It's from Elena. Thank you, Elena. Heck yeah, let's reclaim the rainbow from the weirdos. Yeah, I mean, listen, man, if anything, the dowry rainbow makes sense. The rainbow has a rich tradition as far as symbology with humanity goes. You know what I mean? Like, the earliest human shamans talked about the rainbow road that took us up into the sky, into the divine realms. The rainbow road took us to this magical place. And man, we can't forget about what the rainbow does. It takes us out of this corrupted place and into this sort of divine realm up above in the clouds in the sky. There's a good book. It's called Shamanism by Mircea Eliade, and there's a whole section in here, and it's about the rainbow. 636 pages. It's been a long time since I read this book, but I mean, I read part of the book. I'm not even going to front with you guys. It was a long book. Celestial Ascents. Here we go. I think this is where Rainbow Road comes in. I'm gonna have to go back in and look for where I can't do a Control F on this, unfortunately. This is a fantastic book. This is essentially the sort of magnum opus of Western academia on shamanism. So if you're looking for an interesting book to read, I would recommend this. We also got Bride, Wealth, and Dowry, another important one here. This was incredibly helpful to me. So, anyways, yeah, back to. That was a nice aside. Right there. Let's just get back to what we were doing. I'd love a rap version of that. Oh, man. Yeah. Be careful with DeepSeek. Security researchers have uncovered a massive vulnerability with that. You can find news reports on Google. Yeah, I was afraid of that. And then the other part of me was like, you know what, man? Just I swear to God, there's really nothing that interesting on here. If they want to see what I'm doing, go for it. And then plug me into the AI system, into the AI matrix. Could you imagine if somebody had all of your Google searches, by the way? Like, let me just ask you. Let me put that in a poll. Let me just put that in a poll. And it's anonymous, all right? It's just anonymous. Would you be embarrassed? I'm not saying if you'd be okay with it. Would you be embarrassed if someone saw all of your Google search inquiries? Just curious, guys. We won't know who's answering it. Would I be embarrassed? Just a little. I would be a little embarrassed. All right, moving on.
In the last 50 years, actually, we've taken every way that we can empathize with women and magnified it. And if the 11% of the people that are killed are women and 89% are men, so let's say 9-to-1 ratio about, and we're empathizing with the the 10%, that the 11%, that really shows you, why. The big question becomes why do we not have empathy for men? Now, I know the answer to that question, but the most important thing is the question. And, you know, and
I mean, it's like, men aren't even allowed to have emotions. You know what I mean? And it's like another problem is men can't be even seen as victims. If you're a guy and, you're actually a victim of something, they're going to be like, man up. You know what I mean? All these kinds of things. Every guy can tell you who's ever opened up emotionally to his romantic interest has eventually led to disaster.
even just saying that and just viewing it through the lens of
It's also because anytime, you say something positive about men or something that helps men, somehow it takes offense to women.
that when a woman is killed, even if it's only 1 out of 10, 11%, we need to pay attention to that. If a man is killed, even if it's about 90%, we can ignore that.
Isn't that what happened with Boko Haram, where they had previously been, capturing boys or whatever, and then finally when they had captured some women, that's when there's all the international media attention. That's when I think the White House at the time kind of made some statements about it, and that's when it started getting attention, when they had captured, I don't know if they had killed them or the extent of it.
Boko Haram killed boys and captured women, and the capturing of a small number of women got all the attention, and the killing of the boys got none of the attention.
Got it. Just a few more from the UN, and then we'll get on to my main questions.
The UN's committed a lot of egregious things, not just in tweets, but probably all around. My suspicion is that why the dowry system is getting prohibited, or did get prohibited in a lot of places, has to do with some pressure from the UN in that way. I'm still here working and listening. Appreciate that. It's an AI song. Oh, seen that one already. They already have all that on you. Yeah, I bet exactly. They got it already. Men need to be strong yet emotionally available. Yeah, exactly. That's the kind of contradictory environment we're in. Thinking about AI, I wonder if there is a way to feed the crawlers lots of MRA and red pill stuff to improve its answers. Maybe. I think it would need more inputs or more people probably talking about it. And I don't know. I don't know how you would do that other than it being able to, I guess, sort of glean that stuff from the internet, however it does it. In truth, I don't exactly know how it does it. So I'm not sure how you would do that. Curran says the most disappointing and unfortunate thing is how men-on-men violence is downplayed to an extent that it has stopped being an issue to even men, let alone women. This has to change. Yeah. I think, there's it's not, I don't even see it as a gender thing, but it's just like there are people at the top who abuse other people. And it's a very small percent of people, but what they'll do is they'll see, like, if it's a guy, they'll be like, well, all men are bad, even the ones that are way down here who even have it worse than women. It's just a stupid, simplistic way of thinking.
Eric, if you can pull up the window tab once more. If you want to head over to the next one, Eric. This is the same one, but from 4 years ago, so it's kind of just what we already talked about. 19% of journalists killed in 2017 were women. You can go to the next one, Eric. This is an interesting one. In countries facing conflicts and crises, women and girls often eat least.
He's really driving this point home. I think I'll take us to the next section on thoughts on equalization of the draft. Just it's a long video, 2 hours. We'll probably get about an hour through this. So these are like the main points. I think the rest of this is Reddit questions. Maybe I'll go to this one. So, we'll be strategic with it. Uh-oh. Work faster.
I kind of have a sense, but what do you think is more likely, either the equalization of the draft or the draft being done away with? I don't think it's likely that the draft would be done away with, because plausibly there could be a scenario in the future where we would need a draft. But do you have a sense of...
All enlightened people wish the draft were done away with.
I'll tell you this, when it comes to the draft, if it was up to me, I would probably have, if it's men from 18 to 25, I think it's technically up till you're like 36, but 18 to 25 have to register. and I think are some of the first to be called. For women, I would have it from like 26 to 32. So it will give women 18 to 25 to basically have children. And if they don't have children by 26, then they're pretty much on call for the draft also. So it's like, all right, well, because to me, the parity on this side is giving birth versus, lives lost in fighting in the war. So women could be replenishing the population, but if they're not going to do that, and then you got a woman that's made it to this age, 26 to 32, that might even be a better time to draft them since they're a little bit older and maybe a tiny bit more able to handle being in that situation. I think that would be fair. Now, then if you have a kid, you'd be exempted from that requirement. Now, if you have a kid and you decide to go to Vegas to become an entertainer and you leave the kid with the dad, then you would still get drafted because you don't have custody of the kid. But I don't know. However that would be, I think that would be a fair way to do it. Now, I think with the government we have now, there's no chance of that happening. I mean, Tradcons would never do anything like that. The other side would never do anything like that.
But all human beings who live in the world know that, well, today there's the Ukraine situation, and Russia could really create a situation where we would need people immediately to go over there. We signed a contract to be able to support Taiwan if there was an invasion by China in Taiwan. So we would immediately need to draw upon people. And what do we draw upon? We would draw upon the people who have registered for the draft, because that's the very purpose of registering for the draft, is to be able to be quickly drawn upon. Now, what would equality look like? Let's say that there was, we retain we retain draft registration. It would be perfectly fine at the age of 18 to have everyone sign up for some type of service to the country, women and men. And so, and then we discover what are people's capabilities. I would not be a good soldier, but I hope I would be I do couples communication counseling all around workshops all around the country. And my talent might be helping people who are officers be able to communicate with each other around differences, help Republicans and Democrats and men and women understand each other's perspectives on things. So I might not be that great in that type of situation for the actual combat roles, but I hope I would be able to serve the country in terms of helping people coordinate and empathize with different perspectives so that they can come.
Sounds like he might be saying that women could sign up, but it would be for a different role. That's interesting. Mr. Pitt says, dropped a smooth jazz version of a Dowry song for you in the Discord. Thank you. I cannot wait. Maybe we'll close with that later on. I'll play that. I'm excited about that one. Thank you, Mr. Pitt.
Decisions well, so we could have men and women serve with an art.
It seems it's beyond that, not just a different role for women, but it's specialized roles for everybody, whether they be men or women, depending on their proclivities.
Articulation of their talents, and then as needed in a time of war, they are called up by some lottery system or whatever, and then assigned to serve the country in a way that they're needed. Or we could require everyone to serve the country for 6 months or a year in one capacity or another when they become 18. And
that's like mandatory conscription. I think South Korea has that. I think their situation's interesting because they finish school, then the boys do, I think, 2 years at the military, and I think the women go straight on to college. So I think the men in the same age cohort are they have to spend 2 years doing that, and then they get out and go to college. I'm not sure exactly, but I think that's how it is.
When they complete that service, they are eligible to vote. That the whole concept of serving in the services was originally, and serving in war, that was originally tied to the vote. You served the country. You said you would risk your life for the country, and then you were able to vote. And women didn't have to serve, and they also they didn't have to vote. They didn't vote, and they weren't allowed to vote. But they also weren't required to register to die in World War I, World War II, or the Civil War.
God, there's a way to put it. I mean, register to die. For a lot of this, frankly,
Civil War, 600,000 people were killed. 600,000 were men, and one was a woman who was killed by a stray bullet. And so there's that type of ratio of disposability. And this is why we don't, by the way, care about men or men's issues, because historically and biologically, men were trained to be disposable. Disposable at war.
I know a couple guys who would take issue with that.
And disposable at work. And if you're a mother or a father, just think about this for a moment. And on the one hand, you have a picture of Uncle Joe, who served in the Marines and died in the Marines, on your mantle. And you're telling your son that Uncle Joe gave his life for his country and prevented the United States from being ruled by the Nazis. We are really proud of Uncle Joe. And Jimmy, the 14-year-old boy, is hearing this and thinking that he's being criticized by mom, dad, and the kids at school. But he could be praised and be a hero someday if he joins the Marines.
This is going to be the appeal to the hero archetype, right? A lot of men and boys are raised on the hero archetype. Be the hero, save the princess. I think this is where you also get, outcroppings of men at like the provider role sort of co-ops this, like, oh, you have to provide for women and the family. You solely have to provide, that's you being the hero every day or something like that. So, all right, play to the hero archetype.
And so so mom and dad, on the one hand, love Jimmy and want Jimmy to be safe. On the other hand, they're through their social bribes, the social bribe of calling somebody hero. When we call somebody a hero, that's a social bribe to have them do whatever makes them a hero. And in this case, that would be being willing to risk their lives in war. So mom and dad's psychological attachment to Jimmy is much more divided than it is for Susie. Because for Jimmy, they, on the one hand, are going to be proud of him if he's willing to die in war. And so you can't develop as much psychological attachment.
Okay, and then so what's going to make mom and dad proud of little Susie? What does Susie have to do for them to be like, wow, Susie was really good and she did all these things to help our society?
And to somebody you may lose.
I can guess.
As you can to your daughter, who all of your emotional eggs are in the basket of supporting your daughter. And one of the reasons there's so much anger toward men, men, well, first of all, it's male toxicities, which there's a lot of. And liberals usually say male toxicities, and then they say that comes from male privilege. Well, it is true, as every liberal knows, that there's plenty of male toxicities. But those male toxicities do not emanate from male privilege. They emanate from male sacrifice. When you are in a boot camp or you learn that you have to tough it out in any way, shape, or form, you're also learning that your feelings don't count, your fears don't count. So you keep your emotions and your fears to yourself. And eventually, if you either disconnect from your feelings altogether, which is a mental health problem, and men have basically been trained to have a mental health problem of repressing their feelings rather than expressing their feelings, and eventually repressed feelings either internally eat you up, or you act out and you externalize them by doing something, in the worst case scenario, like a mass shooting or committing suicide or homicide.
Deanna Man says, my internet connection is making it hard to watch the stream live. I will rewatch the stream later, but please play the Dowry song right before the stream ends. I'll make sure to do that for you. I'll play the jazz version. And thanks for being here, man. No worries, man. Hopefully we'll see you next time, and have a good rest of the evening. Thank you, Dan. They will be very proud of Susie making her first million on OF. Oh, man. Yeah. Oh, God. Let me see where. I don't even know what to say. I mean,
being a freak.
There you go.
Is not against
Dr.
the law
Umar is
of
going to
the
let us know.
United States of America. being a sexual deviant is not against the laws of the United States of America.
I mean, what it should be for Susie is that if Uncle Joe's got to go and be disposable and get sacrificed, you know, to stop the Nazis, Susie should be giving birth to more people, and ideally not fatherless children of bad boys, but children within a family that will then be raised to become other Uncle Joes, so to speak. So that's the other side of that, you know.
And so
But you can't compel women to do that. You know what I mean? Which is why that's where I get my idea of like, okay, 18 to 25 men are in the selective service. From 26 to 32, women, you know, who don't have kids can also sign up for the selective service. Then so be it, you know.
An example of the men's issues we need to work on, but they're so deeply ingrained in
That'd be an interesting conversation, Klaus. You know, parents meet up, they're hanging out somewhere. You know, it's been a while, meeting up with other parents, relatives. Oh, how's your kid doing? Kid's doing good. You know, he went to, you know, UC Berkeley, he's studying to be an engineer, I don't know, doctor, whatever. Like, oh, that's great. That's great. You know, and then they'll sit around and they'll be like, oh, well, how's your daughter? How's Susie? Oh, she's doing really good. She's living on her own now. Nice. Okay. Oh, so she finished college or? Oh, no, she's in the entertainment industry. So she's big on the online stuff, you know. Oh, nice. So what does she do? I mean, does she have a channel? Can I follow it? And then finally the guy's like, all right, she's an OnlyFans creator. Damn it. Stop asking me. Or like, now, you know, well, we're really proud of her. She's a millionaire multiple times over. She paid off the mortgage on the old family home, bought us a second house. We're retired now. I don't know. You know, I don't know how that conversation will go.
Animals, that the female animal would almost always want to reproduce with the male that had the biggest antlers, or it was the strongest male. And so the Lois Lane fell in love with Superman, but she had no interest whatsoever in Clark Kent. Clark Kent obviously is the same person as Superman, but until she understood that he was Superman, she had no interest in him. And then she saw herself contributing to Superman as a result of by saying, "Oh, yeah. Superman, you should learn how to cry also." But she was not interested in the man who knew how to cry, Clark Kent, until she knew that he was Superman first, and then able to be emotionally expressive afterwards.
Gotcha. I have just a few more of these UN things.
Dear
Eric,
God.
if you can just go over to the next tab, and we don't have to have you respond to the rest of these, but actually, this is sort of related to the
1 in 4 homeless people are women. Yeah, you know, and most of the other people are men, obviously.
UN.
And again, there would be more homeless women and children if it wasn't for welfare. You know what I mean? You'd have homeless families at that point, but it's just men getting welfare. That's not the same thing as like a woman with the child, and then they get welfare continuously.
One about how what was it, 11% of journalists that are killed are women. This was in a newspaper article. I don't know if you've seen this. 1 in 4 homeless people are women, just kind of in the same vein. And I just find that funny to highlight in that way. Eric, if you could just go to the next one. Oh, and this just goes back to International Men's Day. So, and we don't really have to comment on this. I just wanted to show you this. So Google does these Google Doodles. So when you go to Google, it'll show you like a little art, and they'll do this on holidays and whatnot. So International Women's Day, and this is only till 2020, but this has been consistent even up until this year. They'll do a doodle for Women's Day, but not for Men's Day. Eric, if you can just go to the next one. And then,
speaking of Google, real quick, let me just finish our poll here. All right, looks like 63% of the people in chat would be embarrassed if somebody saw your Google search inquiries. I mean, that's about right. You know, I'd be a little embarrassed. 36% say no. Okay. 36% of you guys are some straight arrows there. Or you guys are a freak and not embarrassed
Being
about
a
it.
freak is not against the law of the United States of
Okay.
America.
So I don't know. I can't make assumptions about your purity in that regard then. So The smooth jazz version of the song is awesome. The guy's voice is a little like Chet Baker. Man, that's going to be the outro song. So I promised Dan, so when Dan listens to it later, he can just skip to the end of the stream and hear it. Karen says, I get my inspiration from Batman. He had his own issues, but the guy was a rock solid stoic. My God. Didn't have any superpowers, but just his ability to be calm and stoic in most situations is really cool. Yeah, Batman is, I got a buddy. He lives in Malaysia. Shout out to Rianza. And he loves Batman, and he's like a next level like painter for high-end action figures, collectibles, as I like. They're not toys. These are collectibles. And man, he is like the biggest Batman fan, and he tells me all the Batman facts. Batman is, I think, even more badass than Superman, because like you said, he doesn't have superpowers. Now, he is a billionaire, but he doesn't have superpowers, you know, and it's all about being stoic. And then it's interesting contrasted, you know, with his villain, with the villain that is Joker. And yeah, I mean, we can go on about Batman for a long time. Batman's awesome.
I think, just go back to that for a second, I want to show something. It's
International Men's Day.
What's very interesting is you see all these.
Hey, look, shout out to Brian for having Warren Farrell on. This is a good conversation. I'm enjoying this conversation.
Doodles for International Women's Day, and then on the International Men's Day side, the only thing you see is whatever, which is kind of
just another day.
In essence, the statement about International Men's Day, whatever.
So, anyways, moving on from that. So, you've already went over a whole bunch of things. My first question was going to just be, and you already kind of touched on a ton of this. What I wanted to do is just to get us started is if you can just rapid fire the top 10 ways in which men or boys are disadvantaged in society. You don't have to go super in depth, but if you just had to, off the top of your head, the top 10 ways, short little plot synopsis.
Yeah. Well, one of the biggest ways is after divorce. And one of the biggest ways that has the most damage is after divorce. I wonder
what he would say about divorce at different ages. I mean, probably the younger, you know, some people will say things like, well, if you do it younger, it's better for them than if it's at this time. But it sounds like it's just bad all around.
Research for the boy crisis found that children who do best are ones that have, after divorce, 4 things. One is an equal amount of time
with the father
and with mom and dad.
Yeah.
Number 2 is the boy or girl experiences no bad mouthing from dad to mom or mom to dad. Number 3 is that the mom and dad be involved in couples communication counseling or relationship counseling on a consistent basis, not an emergency basis. And number 4 is that there's the mom and dad live within about 20 minutes drive time from each other. And so so that's what I put forth. And
sounds like the parents at least cooperating for the children's sake. Klaus says, I'm old. I often don't care if anybody would know my search history. You really can't shame me. Even when I was young, I had no problems visiting a nudist beach. Oh yeah, that's probably more of a thing in Europe. I mean, I think they have some of those in California. I've never been to one. You know, it is different because, you know, when I was younger, I was born in France. And I moved here when I was like 4.5. But I remember like there'd be commercials on the TV back then in France where like you would see like a woman topless, like, and it wasn't the end of the world, I guess. Like it could happen as opposed to like here. It's kind of interesting because the US is like way more Puritan about that kind of stuff, where like Europe, I don't think is as much. It's interesting. Karen says, by the way, Google has officially scrapped DEI policies, but I don't think it will make their products better anyway. The infiltration is too deep to root it out completely. That's interesting to know that they did that. Maybe like this whole AI thing is going to kind of force them to have to do that, especially if everybody's like, well, we're not going to use Google AI because the other AI is just not full of this stuff, or Twitter AI or whatever. So maybe it's going that way where they're all going to be at least incentivized to get rid of that stuff. But yeah, I think there's a trust factor there. People are probably maybe a little sick of Google for, I mean, especially after this stuff for a long time, you know. Gosh, what was that guy's name? He was like that Google whistleblower. I can't remember, but he leaked like some internal email and it kind of had to do with like discrimination against men. I can't believe I can't remember this. This was a while ago. And I think that was Google. And it's like now they're getting rid of the DEI stuff. But there was like a guy, I can't remember his name. Damn. It's like 5 or 6 years ago maybe. But he leaked the stuff about, it was kind of about their DEI stuff. And it was just like the biggest deal. And everybody was mad at him. And now they're getting rid of DEI. That's kind of crazy. Ahmed says, more than embarrassed, I'd be worried how my search results can be used out of context to spin a story. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Man, I feel like my search, especially my searches lately are really boring. It's going to be like some random word that was used in one of these Dowry books that I didn't know the definition of. So like I searched the definition. Or like a movie, like to find out the cast member's name. It would be pretty boring. I don't even, or it's just like me looking up a book or like some random camera item. It would be pretty boring if you got my Google results. It really would be. I visited some nudist beaches in France too. Man, that reminds me of Home Alone. Do you remember Home Alone 1, the original Home Alone? And before they left on the trip, and I think it was like Buzz and the other cousin, and they were talking about because they're all going on a trip to France, and he was like, I hear they got nude beaches. They were talking about the women not shaving their pits, and then like one of the most exciting things was like, oh my God, they got nude beaches. Google's Gemini isn't as good as GPT-4o or the DeepSeek R1 models, I see. I don't know. Yeah, I was watching some stuff on DeepSeek, and I heard it's like so good. It's like open source, and it can be completely disconnected from the internet. So like you can use that for your own little like you can have like an AI thing for your own project. I've done some queries on DeepSeek, and it's pretty good. I mean, I've used ChatGPT when it first came out. Then I haven't really used ChatGPT that much. I'm kind of used to doing my own sort of research as I always done, but when DeepSeek came out, I did download it to try it a few times. But this music stuff and the images and the music stuff, especially the music stuff, like AI is on another level for that. Let's see. Mr. Pitt. Oh, Google Gemini 1.5, I think, is on par with DeepSeek R1. ChatGPT O1 is also on par with DeepSeek. Interesting. James Damore. Thank you to the Resurgence for that. Appreciate that. James Damore has to be enraged by all of this nonsense at Google. He paid a terrible price. Yes, and I remember that too. Like, I don't know if he got let go because of this or it was after this, or I didn't even think Joe Rogan picked it up at the time. But yeah, he got like the worst end of the deal on this. It was just terrible. He got screwed over. I mean, I think he lost his career. I don't know what happened to him after. If anybody, I haven't heard anything about him. But yeah, now they're getting rid of DEI. It's like, that's insane. I don't know if he ever did a lawsuit with them. Maybe he did, and then like part of that was an NDA or something. James Damore, thank you guys. DeepSeek is also extremely energy efficient. Yeah, that's right. So it's like a regular consumer can use it without worrying about these huge electricity costs and stuff. He got let go, then blackballed by all of tech. Man, that is, yeah. I mean, justice needs to happen for him, especially with all this now.
My writings, a book called Father and Child Reunion, and more recently in the book called The Boy Crisis, found that the levels of the numbers of people that the number of problems that boys and girls have when they don't have a significant amount of father involvement exceeds 70 problems from drug problems and dropping out of school, as I was mentioning before. And so the fact that the number one issue is that after divorce, that the assumption.
Look at this. This is a comment that's like inherent. Like this is a comment on this live stream. Looking forward to this. More and more people are beginning to realize that men's rights activists have it right. Warren Farrell is a hero to the MRM. Yeah, man. See that this is a great episode from back then, and listen, I get it. It's easier to get views the other way, and it's just kind of that's what the people click on, but I can appreciate this comment. I can appreciate that.
Is that moms have the right to children and dads have to fight for children, and so I do a lot of expert witness work, and because I feel that way about children should have the right to both parents. I should get an equal number of calls from mothers and fathers asking me to testify in court about why it's important to have both parents after divorce. Instead, I've gotten about more than 100 calls from men asking me to testify about being equally involved with their children after divorce, and only one call from women asking me to do that. And so that is a real, so it's a 100-to-1 ratio of calls that I've received around that issue. And so that's one example of an issue that has enormous impact on the next generation. Another issue is certainly the I'd say male birth control being available,
That's interesting right there.
control being available for females and versus males.
You know, what's interesting about that too is like, obviously it's like there's biological things here, and maybe there just hasn't been enough development for that or whatever. But like when it comes to men, it's like it's ultimately always up to the woman whether or not she's going to get pregnant or, obviously keep the child and all that kind of thing. And I think what happens to a lot of guys is, she might say they might have expectations that don't match, but it could be like, oh no, I don't want a kid right now, and don't worry about that. And then, pretty soon she's pregnant, and it's like, well, I thought you didn't want a kid. And it's like, well, yeah, but now I'm pregnant, and then that's that. You know what I mean? And then the child support office, God forbid. That's where it goes. So men only have control up until it, leaves the body, and you got to make responsible decisions there. Karen Tukar says, I think this community should come up with the version of AI called MRA AI. MRAI, Men's Rights AI. We can train it using all the videos and books and research papers on the internet. Gosh, could you imagine that? And it's just constantly out there educating people on MRA issues, going into comment sections, it just pushing its way into all kinds of places. That'd be pretty cool. Klaus GGG says, in the gaming space, DEI is a hot topic too. Several big games tanked because gamers are pushing back hard on woke narratives like The Last Dragon Age. Yeah, I think I know what game you're talking about. Was that the one where it's like a bunch of fantasy characters, and then the daughter comes out and comes out to the parents about her being non-binary, and the parents like, what are you talking about? And everybody who's playing the game is just like, what's going on here? Man, I remember like the first Gamergate, which was like, there was a Gamergate 2, but then there was Gamergate 1, which was like with Anita Sarkeesian. And I think it was just about journalists. I can't remember exactly what happened, but I remember this guy named Sargon of Akkad. He got big covering Gamergate, and then he went into like British politics. But yeah, gamers have kind of pushed back on that stuff for a while. I mean, it's only gotten worse, but I've seen those stories come up again and again over the years.
And we have the whole abortion issue is focused on it's a woman's right to life, versus the fetus's right to life. And no one is working on the issue of why are we not talking about the father and the mother both being required to be able to possibly be the raiser of the children rather than having the fetus aborted. So we should be talking of the abortion issue in terms of three sets of rights. The right of the fetus to live, the right of the mother to be able to do an abortion, the right of the father to be able to be involved with the children rather than having the child be aborted.
That'd be an interesting thing. So like if you have it that way and the father has a right to prevent that. So mom wants to get it aborted, the father doesn't. There's no overall, let's say, medical reason for why she should need to. I wonder what that would look like. I think what that would look like is probably an assessment by a judge of the father's ability to raise the child income-wise. And then what they would probably do is do a pre-birth child support kind of arrangement in order to then, I guess, compel her to not, I guess, abort the child. And then at that point, afterwards, she can give birth to the child. And if she really doesn't want custody, she can give it to the dad, at which point the dad can come after her for child support. I think it would kind of go that way or some kind of way. And it got exposed that Politico got paid by USAID several millions to push the first Gamergate agenda. Oh wow. So I heard about that recently with Politico and USAID funds. That whole thing is interesting too. And I think there are other streamers like liberal progressive streamer types who are getting funds. There's a whole story there. But yeah, I didn't know they were involved in the original Gamergate. That's funny too. Man, that is just interesting.
And so no one's even discussing that issue.
And any thoughts on legal paternal surrender? Or wait, hold on. What am I thinking? It's I'm trying to think of the term. The sometimes not so well put term is paper abortion. I'm trying to think what the more
almost like yeah, just getting rid of legal parentage. Basically, a guy saying giving up legal parentage rights so that they can't come after him for child support. You know, she wants to keep the kid. He doesn't want to keep the kid. They can't come to an agreement. Right now, you know, obviously when she does, then child support is going to be giving you a phone call right after, and you're going to have to figure out custody. But hey, Arwen, welcome in. It's been a while. I think Robert will be happy to see you if he's still around. Hey, Shah, haven't there been dads that tried to do pre-birth adoptions? Yeah, I think the only way that really works is if there's another guy willing to take the child. So before the child's born, there isn't really any determination of paternity unless you're married. So if you're married, then it's assumed that your wife is, that's called presumption of paternity. If you're married, then it's assumed your wife is giving birth to your child and you are legally the father. There's no extra paperwork needed there. The only other exception I think is military guys who are gonna go active duty. They can sign early. If they're not married, they can sign for a child's paternity prior to the child being born. Other than that, you know, if they're not married, once the child comes out, so if it's between two unmarried people, legal parentage is not established. So the child's born, but what they did to sort of make this less of an issue is they created this thing called Paternity Opportunity Program, or Voluntary Declaration of Paternity. So a lot of states have laws where if you sign the birth certificate, you can be the father, or most states like California have a separate form called a VDP. And they present it, usually couples, when the child is born, if they're unmarried, usually they're together when the child is born. So the state knows that's the best time to intercept them. So they'll give the father this form and say, here, if you want to, you know, they ask you to sign basically as the child's father. And once you sign that, that gets filed with the state. And that's pretty much carries the same weight as a judge saying you are the father, you know, so it establishes paternity. Now, if you don't want to be the father and you don't want to sign that, if you think the child's not yours, you know, you can have a paternity action, and then you can ask for a genetic test, and they'll usually send you across the street to the child support agency, and they'll do that. If you're not the father, you know, the child's just born, so it's not, you haven't been in the kid's life. They'll issue a judgment of non-parentage. But if it's just like you don't want to be the dad because you're just not ready, you know, you're just like, you know, I didn't expect this. She said she was on birth control. The birth control failed, or she failed to take it. She said she was all about getting abortions, and then when she was pregnant, she suddenly decided she can't, you know, harm her child, and we didn't agree about that. We're not together anymore. You're not going to be able to do that. There's really no way you're going to be able to do that. The only possible way maybe is if there's another guy. So maybe you got her pregnant and she got a new boyfriend like 2 months in, and you guys aren't living together, and this guy stays with her towards the whole term of the pregnancy, and now they're living together and he wants to assume paternity for this child. Then that would be the case. Also, fun fact, the judge can just say, we're going to make you the dad, Mr. New Boyfriend guy, because you were there throughout the pregnancy. You knew she was pregnant. You've been living with her. You've been rendering aid basically to her. And in California, we're actually a multi-parent state. So in California, you can have more than 2 legal parents. A lot of people don't know that. And that's kind of there preemptively for a lot of these polyamorous type relationships. So you might have a bad boy that gets a woman pregnant, and well, he's in jail, and you know, we can go serve him in jail. It's going to be a 0 child support order or something, but you know, she's living with this other guy, and I don't know, maybe the court sees fit that, well, the kid knows you as dad. It's in the best interest of the child for this guy to be the dad. Congratulations, we're making you the dad. So interesting stuff. But yeah, for the most part, if you just want to be like, no, I'm not really feeling it, I just want to go and live on the beach and surf, they're going to be like, nope, you're the father. Child support agency is going to sue you, and we're going to default that order if you don't respond. So, they're really, the only other possible way is like sperm donor stuff. But again, you guys got to agree, and that's a different thing. So, Mr. Pitt says, there was an interesting article about the male perspective on pregnancy termination in the Free Press. I posted the link in the Discord. I haven't finished reading it, but it started out strong. Oh, I appreciate that. I'll take a look at it. That sounds interesting. Oh, here's Robert, right on cue. Arwen has my already agreement. Okay, well, we got a preemptive agreement here coming from Robert.
Eloquent term is, I think it's legal paternal surrender.
Tell me more about that.
Well, this idea that, so in the scenario where a woman, let's say the man doesn't want to keep the child or have the child, or not even necessarily that, but doesn't necessarily want to be financially responsible, but the mother wants to continue with the pregnancy. There's been a growing movement for men to say, hey, if you have the right to abort the child, I don't want to be financially responsible for the child.
Yes.
So it's sometimes called paper abortion, sometimes called legal paternal surrender. Any thoughts on that?
Yes, it shouldn't be called paper abortion. It should be called legal surrender.
Yeah.
And yes, I think that is an option that should be considered. But I think that the moment a mother discovers that she has a fetus, and she should be required to report that to the biological dad. And if she doesn't know who the biological dad is, get the testing to find out who the biological dad is. And then that biological dad should be contacted. And the purpose of her contacting him is to say, if she's considering the possibility of an abortion, to say, do you have an interest in signing a legal document saying that you will care for this child, this fetus, from the moment.
Yeah, so it's kind of like a pre-birth child support order being established prior to the kid's birth.
From the moment it's born until it becomes an adult, both economically and emotionally. And if he's willing to sign that he's willing to care for that child economically and emotionally, then he should have that right, rather than. And so does she then have the obligation to bring it to term? Yes, she does. So when two people have engaged in sex, they have responsibilities. And
I feel like on the women or the feminist side, my guess is they'd probably say something like, okay, the guy can sign this paper, and then what if he doesn't hold to those obligations? Now I'm stuck with the kid, and I didn't want the kid in the first place. So I it would be interesting if something like this could pass. I mean, for guys, but I don't see maybe that's obvious, but I don't see the other guy or the other side, other guy being okay with it. After 30 kids, I would certainly hope so, Robert.
Those responsibilities, and while there's a good argument to be made that a mother's life is being changed enormously if she goes ahead and is not able to have an abortion. There's also a good argument to be made that a fetus in the womb that could be viable is a type of murder.
I'm going to put a poll in here, and I'm just going to ask, do you think abortion should be legal? Just to see what you guys think about it. There we go. Okay. All about the polls here tonight.
And there's also a good argument to be made about why are we not bringing the man, the potential father, into the equation. So one possibility is him signing something saying he will support that child for the rest of its life, child part of its life, and the other is that she should be required to contact the father and say, I want to let you know about this so that if you want to participate in caring for this child with me, that you have that right, as opposed to her making the decision, which 42% of women who have children today raise their children on their own.
That's the other part of this is custody too, because okay, to make it fair, then the guy should have access to the child right off rip. Otherwise it's just him paying a child support order, and for a kid he doesn't have custody of. What a Merida! Wow, welcome in, man. Shout out to you. Anything short of legal surrender of fatherhood at any moment, even after birth, does not equate what women have today. That's true. Yeah, it would still not be on par.
It's an unfair burden to moms. It's unfair to the children, and it's unfair to any man who hasn't been contacted to let him know that this is your child as well as my child, and you have the right to do the caring. So the men should have ABC rights, men's ABC rights, the right of having a say in the abortion, the right of having the say in birth control, and the right of having the say in the caring for the children. And so
the toughest part about this is, it's one thing if you're talking about a married couple. I think it's a harder thing if you're talking about two people who met up off Tinder or at the bar and had a one-night stand, because they're two separate individuals. You know what I mean? And then it's unclear about who the father actually is of this child. So you're signing a document with someone. You can probably do an in utero DNA test. Child support agencies don't do that, I think, because they're, very expensive. The cheek swab is the cheap one. But so there's these other variables that you're just not sure about. Now, the same could be true in marriage also, but they are, I guess, bonded, in this legal way, to where at least the presumed father, because there's presumption within marriage, should at least have some more rights or say over this. But when it's, just Bob meets Sally on Tinder one night, they're two people who don't really know each other. So that's harder to I think it's harder to govern that.
Would be men's ABC rights in these areas. And if there's an interest in somebody exploring this more deeply, I talk about it somewhat in the Boy Crisis book, and I outline it in a full chapter.
Another thing too, another thing that really cuts this whole thing off is, it would be up to the guy. The guy would have to have some means of reporting that this woman is pregnant before she gets an abortion. So he would have to go to the authorities and say, hey, I got this woman pregnant. So that the cops can stop her from getting an abortion. Because what women could do to bypass this whole system is just not tell anybody they're pregnant. And then when they go to the abortion clinic to get an abortion, just say, well, I don't know who it was. I went to this Halloween party and, we were all wearing masks and he had a gorilla mask on and I got pregnant from that party and I really don't know who it is. I think he had a scar on his left arm. I don't know. And then all right, here's your abortion. So it's women in 2 seconds would find a way to circumvent this entire thing. You know what I mean?
In a book called Father and Child Reunion.
Gotcha. I want to ask you, have you heard of Andrew Tate?
Mm-hmm. Sure, who's often called the misogynist.
Yeah, so, and I don't know if I've heard you speak on him yet. Maybe you have. Maybe I just didn't catch it. But
I have not.
Okay, so we've got the world.
So this is a few years ago. I can't remember if this is before or after Andrew Tate was starting to get banned. It's probably when he was on his come up.
First exclusive here. So what are your thoughts on Andrew Tate?
I would have to hear specific things that somebody feels has said or done, and then I would respond, to that specific statement.
Sure. Okay. Let me think if I can think of something.
Maybe he just doesn't pay enough attention back then. You look at someone like that and they're an academic and he's probably engrossed in the legal world and, writing books and stuff. It's just a different medium of technology to be seeing Andrew Tate. Unless you're watching shorts or something back then and a lot of YouTube stuff.
Examples. He's certainly said some very controversial things.
Andrew Tate said something today that I thought was interesting. Let me pull that up on the old Discord. Oh man, we scrolled very far up. Ooh. Oh my God, how far? Oh, jump to present. Oh, well, that's helpful. I just saw that picture of that guy. So here's something from Andrew Tate. Women lose all attraction to you once they can't get money from you. This was posted literally today. Today's the 8th, right? So that's interesting. There we go. And then this is an older tweet from Andrew Tate. A real man is ultra rich and provides his woman with the most expensive things money can buy. So just to give you guys an understanding of Andrew Tate, we got an older tweet and a newer tweet. So we'll see what Brian says there. Robert says, that'll take a lot of work. You got that many eggs available? Talking about the 30 kids? Oh, man. Oh, by the way, I'll leave the poll up for a bit. And so far, we're at 57% on the no side. But I like that because it's almost like a 50-50 split. That's interesting for the folks in the chat are kind of on both sides of the equation here. I actually like that diversity in the chat.
He's also said some very, I think, inspiring things. And, you know, he's told young adult men, boys, that, hey, you should, I don't want to misquote him, but that you need to bear some responsibility. You need to, for example, just because you don't feel like doing something, for example, working out or getting fit, that shouldn't be a factor in whether you do it or not.
Hey, Vivian Venezia. Great to see you in here. Shout out to you. Why is Andrew Tate so interesting? Well, I would say especially back then, he was very good at being controversial or saying things that would kind of get a lot of people to react to it. He'd have some very hot takes, so to speak. And he was very good at playing that game. I'd say nowadays it's maybe less so interesting to people, maybe because, you know, you could even say Andrew Tate broke the barrier on a lot of that stuff. And now it's a little bit more accepted, especially with Elon buying Twitter. So a lot more people have these kind of hot takes. But back then, you know, he was making waves because of that. And the other, I guess, more obvious reason is a lot of men were sort of jibing with him because he was saying things that, you know, in the beginning of this video here, there's all this stuff about, you know, them not focusing on men at all or just treating men as disposable. 11% of female journalists, you know, 11% of journalists that die are female, or, you know, while 89% are men, and nobody cares. So Andrew Tate comes into the mix around this time a few years ago, and he's the only one really talking to men or standing up for men in that way, I guess you can say. So a lot of men resonated with that back then. Hola. Arwen says, I feel bad for Andrew Tate. It sounds like he has really shallow relationships. Well, if those tweets we looked at were any indication. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much a concubine. You know, you just pay for it, and, you know, you just pay, get him a spot over there in the old Dubai, and pay their rent and park a couple kids over there. And a real man provides things with the best stuff that money can provide. You're not a real man if you can't do that. Vivian Venetia says he is always saying crazy stuff. He has this thing going on. Yeah, you know, and hey, that works for social media. You know, that's how you get the reactions. It's all about getting people to react, whether it's good or bad. So he's good at that. Klaus says he has money and a Bugatti. Exactly. I think Andrew Tate helped spread the red pill. Unfortunately, he didn't go far enough. He's pretty blue pill to me. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, is it good or is it bad? Because it's like, you put this thing on there, but then, you know, arguably you can say it also brings a lot of bad attention. So, you know, there's good and bad in some senses.
It's just what is good for you, and then you just do it regardless of how you...
Andrew Tate in his own way is gynocentric and even tradcon. You know what I mean? Just at least more recent tradcon, like what he's talking about. And I call Andrew Tate the Barbie, the male version of Barbie. You know, it's like Barbie created this beauty standard for women that was eventually just destroyed, I guess, the feminine beauty standard or whatever. Not destroyed it, but it did kind of collapse in on itself because so many women were trying to live up to that and they just couldn't live up to that. So they just threw it all out in the end, and Andrew Tate kind of has this thing similarly with men, and it's about this hyper self-improvement and being the top 1%, and if not, you're just childish and you're not a real man. If you're a firefighter, but you can't provide the things that money can buy for women, then you're still not a real man. So he puts this kind of standard up there, which at the end of the day will only serve to deconstruct that, masculine archetype. I think so. Or lead to a collapse on the male side. So that's my opinion of him. How would anyone know what Andrew's relationships are really like? How much of it is staged and how much of it is real? Does anybody know? Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, a lot of this is just brand creation and, they know what to say to get attention, and it's important for them to continue to get views and things. And who knows? Yeah, he could be a completely different guy, when he's off the internet and all that kind of stuff. So that's important. Male version of Barbie. Yeah, that's really how I see it. What color is your Bugatti? Boys don't have fathers, and Andrew is providing that masculine advice. Yeah, it's really what it was. There was a huge void because all this stuff had been repressed. And before Andrew Tate, it was Jordan Peterson. It was funny. Every time this male role model would come out, the media would come out and just say they were the most horrible person. Before Jordan Peterson, it was Joe Rogan. Like, you remember, Joe Rogan was the face of like masculinity for a while, when his podcast started getting big. And Joe Rogan he's not like this he's nothing compared to Andrew Tate in terms of controversial opinions about women. Not at all. Like, Joe Rogan is lukewarm but it was only him for a point, and everybody came after Joe Rogan. He was this terrible person, Yo, Resurgence, take it easy, man. I see your chat. I appreciate you being in here, man. But anyways, yeah, at first it was Joe Rogan, and then Jordan Peterson came out of nowhere. He had his 12 rules for life, and, men, young boys, and whatever were liking him. Then they came after him, for being toxic, and he was the worst. Just, oh my God, this is horrible. He hates women. And then they repressed him, so then it created more of this pent up energy. And then finally we got Andrew Tate, which was just like probably a nightmare, to the other side. And it really came because they just kept repressing this and trying to just push this under the rug until finally it just got that bad, Ahmed says, I was thinking about your conversation with Paul, shedding light on what traditionalism looked like, which is closer to equality than where anyone is now. Yeah, I mean, they had a method that worked and that incentivized people and looked out for other people's interests. Listen, and I would even say the dowry system helps keep a culture together. You know what I mean? It's like, if I'm a Greek man or whatever, take whatever culture you want, and I live in this system, I am incentivized to like fully live out the Greek culture. I want to be a good example of a Greek man. You know what I mean? Because when it comes time to marriage and having a prospective wife, that you're trying to attract this family and to complete with the dowry and all this kind of thing. So you want to be an exemplar in your community and the values that the community holds. You know what I mean? So there's just this, I think, this incentive in it. It keeps communities tighter and together that way, as opposed to what we have now. So, and it's also like a sort of fitness test for the families. Like when marriages come, this is the time that a family is sort of tested. Like, have you been living up to the values and ideals of our society? And there's just all these, I don't know, it just seems like there's a lot of checks and balances with it. And both sides' interest are really catered to in a good way. And it's also a good guardrail for hypergamy. You know what I mean? Because there is this sort of aspect of thinking about, well, you can't, maybe it's not wise to go with this person because they're completely out of not a match as far as class or economics and things like that go. Now, there could be some variation. You could be like, okay, here's kind of my cohort. There's enough people here. I like this one more than this one. We're about at the same level, so that can work. And we kind of know this romantic love thing is a myth, as evidenced by dating culture today. People are massively in love, and then somebody ghosts somebody, and then they're massively in love with somebody else. So, romantic love isn't exactly what it's portraying itself to be. Elena says, basically, if you can't buy what her delusions want, you are not a man. Yeah, absolutely. Elena's taking off too. Hey, shout out to Elena. Appreciate you for being here. Appreciate you. Vivian says, male Barbie is an interesting take. I don't see the parallels. You know what you should do? You should watch the Barbie movie that came out like 2 years ago or whatever. And it pretty much explains, like, part of the characters in the movie, like the younger girl is upset with Barbie for making all their lives miserable. So Barbie comes out of the Barbie world and she's in the real world. And she realizes that there's a lot of girls that are, I guess, upset with her because they played with her as a young kid and it gave them these expectations of what they were supposed to be, which is this supermodel. Like, we're not talking about a traditional woman that cares about motherhood. We're talking about a supermodel sex icon, you know what I'm saying, of beauty. And so when she comes out, a lot of the girls are just upset with her because she makes all the girls self-conscious and depressed with themselves, basically, to like a far degree. And, anyways, the whole movie's about that. And it's kind of a sort of cultural benchmark of where we are in terms of the deconstruction of the feminine ideal. Okay. And so this beauty standard was brought too high to create this hyper competitiveness amongst women in terms of beauty that it collapsed the whole thing in on itself. And that's how we got what we have today. Andrew Tate does the same thing on the other side. He takes this caricature of what a man is supposed to be, and he takes it to like the umpteenth level, to where there's this hyper self-improvement, this hyper competitiveness amongst men. And if you can't reach that, you're just not good enough as a man. Similar to how Barbie made these little girls feel growing up, and when they're finally become a teenager and they realize they're not Barbie. Before that, they love Barbie. Then when they hit, they realize who they're growing into as an adult, they just feel like they just can't meet that standard. So Andrew Tate really portrays something similar to this for men, and most men aren't going to meet that standard realistically. So, that's why I call him the sort of Barbie version, but for men. Thank you, Resurgence, again. Klaus says, I have a blue Honda Civic. Man, that's a nice car. I like Hondas. A blue's sick also. That's legit. I'd also take like a Toyota Camry. Volkswagens are nice too. Elena says, great live stream. Take care, everyone. Thank you, Elena. Michael Sand says, bride price was the norm until polygamy was stigmatized when Greece and Rome considered polygamy sinful and embraced monogamy. That's when they switched to dowry. Yeah, exactly. A lot of people don't know that. I mean, like ancient Israelites and stuff, they practiced polygyny, and it was bride price back then. I think it was around like 70 CE that it switches over to dowry and monogamy. So one thing about bride price is polygyny it happens in societies where typically there's polygyny and where divorce occurs more often in those societies. Dowry is found in societies where monogamy is the expectation and divorce is really rare. So, that, and again, that's what tradcons expect, right? They're selling monogamy. They're saying, hey, you two get married, be together forever, no divorce. That's supposed to be the expectation. Thank you, Michael. Ahmed says, I love the idea that the family of a bride incentivizes a groom not to treat their daughter like she's a concubine. Yeah, exactly. I mean, because she's coming with more than that. A lot of women, I think you mentioned this in the Discord, but a lot of women today are coming in there with just the expectation of what their body, can give in the sense like that. And, that's how you get a lot of these sort of people basically transacting sex within a marriage. Vivian says, Ken and Barbie are dolls, and I played with them as a child. The dolls were not the main contributing factor to my worldview, but that's just me. I can see your point. Yeah, you should, I don't know. If you like, I'd say watch the movie. I think it was a good movie. It was an interesting movie. I like movies with a lot of symbolism. And that one had a lot of symbolism. Oh dang, the whole comment isn't on the thing here. Let me just see if I can just change that. Nope, didn't work. Is it shift? Nope. I'll try one more time, then I'll just save it for another time. Whatever. Yeah, we'll get this going another time. Out. It's gonna bother me. It's all good. Oh yeah, it is in there. Never mind. Some semblance of. Real quick, sorry, I gotta pull up all my tabs. All my tabs here. All right. I like the variance between all of the takes that different men have. I hope at some point everyone can reach some semblance of consensus and a working model for relationships and societal balance. Yeah, I mean that's a good thing to hope for right there. Michael Sain says dowry was an answer to hypergamy in a monogamous society. Very much so. I would even argue it's necessary to ensure monogamy. I Trevor with the donation. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate that. We got 5 Australian, they call them dollars over there, Australian pounds. Anyways, that's hard-earned Australian money, man. Appreciate that. Andrew Tate is the 21st century of the Playboy founder Hugh Hefner. Do you know David Goggins? If so, is he a better role model for masculinity? Listen, again, I don't think self-improvement is bad in and of itself. And, so, watching motivational stuff is cool. He's definitely an exception. You know what I mean? I saw this, man, I wish I could find it. I might try to look for it. Let me just look through my Twitter bookmarks. Make sure you guys can't see that while I'm doing that. There's a lot of random things that I've bookmarked in there. Oh, God. It's probably going to take a while. But, those guys are just going to be different guys. And I don't mean to say that in levels, but they're people who are going to be, obsessed with things. They're going to be obsessed with things over their family, and just on a different level of whatever they're going to do or whatever it is. But, as a model for most men or all men, not really. No, I mean, you could watch that kind of content. You could watch an Andrew Tate short and feel like you just had a 5-hour energy shot because it gets you hyped up or something. But, I tend to look at masculinity as a lot more simplified. To me, it breaks down on its most basic level as just direct versus indirect. Masculinity is direct. Femininity is indirect. And, I could think of a bunch of examples of just differences between men and women where men are just more direct or expected to be direct and women are just indirect. Even if you look at just dating standards, you know what I mean? A man is expected to approach the woman. A woman might do the whole dainty dropping her little tissue on the ground, kind of indirectly giving you an opportunity to then directly approach her. You know what I'm saying? Damn, I thought it was on Twitter. I can't find it. I bookmarked so many things. And, when it comes to confrontation, you know what I mean? If men are going to be the protectors, let's say that's part of masculinity. That goes into men being direct. Sometimes there has to be a direct confrontation, whether that's war or that's confronting somebody overtly, where women typically won't do that. You know what I mean? Men might say, oh, well, how come she just left or she didn't tell me what it was we did wrong in the relationship? Well, it's because women are indirect, and they're just going to sneak out of there and they're not going to want to give you an explanation. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. I think there's just a lot of things that break it down to that. Now, everything else is kind of built up on top of that in terms of men need to buy everything, the nicest things money can buy or something. You know what I mean? Damn, maybe it was Instagram. That's too bad. I'll try searching it. Khabib on not going home for Christmas. There was someone at his camp. Oh, Khabib. Oh, all I had to do was just Google this. Dang it. Let me just get rid of that. All right, here goes.
One guy, he is from Mexico, he trained with us. We allowed him come. We don't allow anybody come to in our team because we have enough sparring partners. You can look anybody, champion, We don't need nobody. We have almost 30 killers inside one gym. why we have to invite some people. And he come to me, is like, oh, in holidays, I want to go to Mexico. And I told him, brother, you're Mexico, your family, everybody have to wait. If you want to become best in the world, you have to be inside the room. I just say, if you want to become the best, there is no family. If you want to spend time with your family, kids, okay, be with them. You're going to become best family man. I am not against family people. One guy, he's from...
So, you know, when it comes to someone like David Goggins, I think what Khabib is saying here is relevant. You know what I mean? And it's like David Goggins is a guy who wants to be the best of the best of the best of everything. But with that, you have to get rid of a lot of things in your life, that even things like not going home for the holidays, not being there for your family as much. I mean, maybe your kid's born and you're not there, you know, really. So it's like the best role model. I don't think so, unless every man doesn't want to be that family guy or whatever. So I don't know. That's just what I'm trying to express with that. I think it's just a little too hyper masculine. Ken and Barbie are dolls, and I played with. Oh, I read that earlier, and I played with them as a child. The dolls were not the main contributing factor to my worldview, but that's just me. I could see your point. Ahmed says we don't need to bring back dowries per se, but we should require them to put their college degrees to good use. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm not digging in this to say let's bring back the dowry or it's the perfect system for now. It's mostly just about reminding men about what a fair deal looks like. Because a lot of guys are going to be shamed or feel ashamed of themselves if they think about getting a fair deal for themselves, whether that's her bringing some kind of wealth to the marriage or contributing in that way. And women have been freely saying, well, a man's supposed to provide everything, you know what I mean? And then this and that and whatever, and you shouldn't question that. But with this knowledge, I think it opens up the sort of floodgates there for men to be able to question that and not feel ashamed about it, because we have historical precedent for that. All these strong masculine men of the past that created good times, yeah, they expected a dowry. You know what I mean? So if women are going to take half the jobs, if women are going to be taking seats in college, then yeah, they should be contributing some money. And men need to be able to look at it. You know, people get married around 30 nowadays. That's kind of the average age. And part of that conversation needs to be, how much money did you save from 18 to 29? And if the answer is 0, then it's like, you know, you might not be a good match for me if I saved, you know, 80 to 100 grand and I'm ready to put down on a house. How come you don't have a matching savings for that so we can get this $500,000 house together and get the party started? You know what I'm saying? And then you don't got to feel bad about it, you know? Steven Crowder can maybe look at his decision for who he married and be like, you know, maybe he should have expected more from her before just kind of giving that over. Then he wouldn't have been so surprised about what happened. So it's really about understanding what makes a true, historically accurate, balanced equation. There are different ingredients that go into a marriage. You know what I mean? And it's about shining light on those and then thinking about how it relates to today and what ingredients are missing and where can we find those to put them back in. Vivian says the only people who combine plural marriage and bride price are Muslims, and plural marriage is still rare. Plus, mahar is overinflated. Yeah, well, it depends where you go. You know, sub-Saharan Africa has a lot of polygyny. That's where a lot of the studies were done. Muslims you can have more than one wife, but if you actually look at it, less than 1% of the population, even in countries, I think, like Afghanistan, are people actually going to be in a polygynous marriage. So most people do only have one wife. Second of all, it's not just the mahar. That's a dower that goes into her hands. They also have jahez. So Egypt does jahaz, Turkey does jahez, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran, jahezia, and that's a contribution from the woman's family. So it's a type of dowry, and that, in my opinion, actually encourages monogamy. Polygyny would either happen amongst the super rich or it will happen in heavy times of war when a lot of men are dying in anyway. So that would be that. Robert Spencer says, oh man, how far back am I on this? I'm having fun. We'll get back to the video eventually. We're at 2 hours and 20 minutes. Arwen divorced me 5 times. I don't know how she had the time. That must have been a lot in legal fees. Ahmed says, the manosphere is still comparing notes, unfortunately, but eventually we all have to focus on finding sustainable Actions or solutions, not just lift, bro. Oh, yeah, there you go, solutions. Yeah, I think with each iteration of the manosphere, sorry, having trouble talking today, it becomes progressively more sophisticated. So I think with each iteration, we can hit a new level of complexity, kind of like society remaking itself over and over and over again. Like life in a petri dish becoming more and more and more complex, from unicellular to multicellular, from prokaryotic to eukaryotic, and mitochondria and all these kinds of things. Arwen says, I'd never divorce you, Robert. What a terrible thing to say. Wow. I guess love can sprout anywhere, even in Shah's chat. Vivian Venetia. Now, I do want you guys to have a discussion about marriage transactions and dowry, if you're going to go that far. David Goggins is extreme in a different way, but he and Andrew have overlapping traits for sure. I would definitely agree with that. What a Merit says, if I ever intended to get married, I would require a dowry or straight up payment up front, not refundable, just an insurance policy against eventual divorce. That's really what it is. I mean, and that's part of the question too, because it's like, they'll come in here and they'll be like, well, I want to get married and I want to be a stay-at-home mom. And it's like, that's amazing. I'm really like glad that you want to do that. And then, what's that look like? A house and 2 kids. Okay. $500,000 house, $250,000 for each kid over from 0 to 18. So we're looking at $1 million deal here. Okay. That sounds beautiful. And you can make cinnamon rolls and do all that tradfluencer stuff. You can pick eggs from somewhere in a basket. Sounds amazing. How much of that are you going to contribute to that $1 million, project we're embarking on? Frankly, it's going to be more, but you know what I'm saying? And if the answer is nothing and you're supposed to do it, be like, man, you seem not ready for marriage. I would go talk to your father. I would go talk to your kinsmen, to your kinfolk, and maybe ask them to contribute so that you can come here with some dignity instead of having your pie out like a beggar trying to get me to pay for everything. That's what negotiation needs to look like when it comes to marriage now. And if the answer is I'm 29 and 30 and I have saved nothing, you should not be expected to just put everything you saved into this one basket. Ahmed says, yep, I personally require trade routes. Oh, man. If she wants to be treated like a queen, she has to come with trade routes like actual queens do. Yep, absolutely. That there is how the English empire became what it was. That was from a woman's dowry. Bombay, Tangiers, all that good stuff. Vivian says, Ahmed is talking about how bride price in Islam is overinflated. A rich Muslim will pay for college plus meher and an excessive lifestyle in rich countries. Poor women see that and they want the same. Yeah, I can see that being the case. It's important to note, in a polygamous society, women are not allowed to initiate divorce. The bride price is why the women stayed at home. Fathers were selective in who their daughter married. Yeah, very much so. Very much so. And the bride price helps when you take her from her other family. You are hurting the health of that family, because in those societies, women contribute more to basically income production, which in this case is, you can say, like farming or agriculture. So the bride price payments tend to be the same. In true bride price paying societies, there isn't really any of this where one guy's paying more of a bride price and someone's paying less of a bride price. You might as well, that's a concubine. That's not a wife. And in bride price paying societies, there's not that much income heterogeneity. So bride prices tend to be the same. And the reason it's that way is because when you pay a bride price and the woman comes to your family, her labors are now helping you and your kinsfolk. So you have to help the other family replace that missing daughter. And you're giving them enough money to essentially get a wife for one of the sons in that family, and then it restores the health of that clan or that family, basically, instead of them just losing it to you. So, interesting stuff. I would too if I was royalty, but for a poor man like me, a big fat check from her father will be enough. Yeah. And it's all just about discussion. Shah, do you have a Muslim background? Yes, I do. Ramadan is coming up. I will be fasting. Yes, the contribution from the woman's family, though not prescribed in the Quran, still exists in some regions, not uncommon, but not well known by Western people. Yeah, Western people have a very cartoonish understanding of the whole thing. The other thing in Islam too is how it handles inheritance. So let's say in the West, or even in like India, where it's traditional dowry, the dowry is the pre-mortem inheritance for the woman, and she gets that at the time of marriage. The son gets the inheritance, the post-mortem inheritance, and that's why they're like, why do sons only inherit, not women? Well, the woman got the dowry. That's what makes it equal. In Islam, the woman gets a dower in her hand in case of divorce at the time of marriage. And she gets a half share of inheritance from the men in her family. So if there's a son and there's a daughter in a family, the son gets 66% of the inheritance and the daughter gets 33%. That plus the dower she got from the marriage transaction makes it even. See? So, you know, that's on a base level how it's supposed to be. But I think as a lot of the states modernize, they move towards a dowry system anyways, with the dower gift to the woman, because less than 1% of them are going to be polygynous anyways. And if they get a sufficient enough dowry from the other side, I think it really limits divorce happening in the first place, because then they would have to pay back that dowry essentially. I've been around the world a few years now. Watched cuts off there, man. Oh, I've been around the sphere. I'm sorry. I'm just thinking about traveling again. I want to go to Japan in the fall. Watched you. Ah, oh, damn it. Sorry, I'm not sure what it says. In a monogamous society, marriages were bilateral and women were allowed to initiate divorce. Therefore, women were less valuable. The greater the dowry, the more rights the woman had in the marriage. I'll say from what I read, Michael, typically in dowry-paying societies, they say divorce is rare. That's from what I've read. So, now the dowry is an endowment, and if a divorce does happen, that is technically hers. Like, a dowry really is an endowment for her, but the man has some management, ability over it, and that's what makes it attractive for grooms to want to seek out women with at least matching dowries or larger dowries if they can. But in a divorce, then the dowry is expected to go back with the woman. Being realistic, your trad wife would have to bring income, or you are not contributing. Keeping chickens is not a hobby or cheap. Yeah, a lot of those like IG trad wives, a lot of it's just, I don't think it's real. Like, it's just mostly cosplay, and a lot of that stuff they're doing is not sustainable anyways. Your conversation with Elam, you're a breath of fresh air to a stale collection of talking points. Good work, man. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. And I feel really blessed to be able to share that on Paul's channel. Like, I'm glad I can put that info there for the people in a respected channel like Paul's. So it feels good to, I've been looking at this dowry stuff for a while, and it feels like a little bit of a burden is off my shoulders. I mean, I'm still deep in it. Who am I kidding? But it was nice to it's kind of how I felt when I did the child support discussion with Pearl. I was like, I've been holding on to this child support baby for a while. Like, can you guys handle this for a bit? So, but there's more stuff about that, but there's more stuff I could talk about with child support, but I did feel like just a sigh of relief. I kind of feel that a little bit with dowry right now. Michael Sayin says, oh man, I think we're almost to the bottom here. You probably don't know this, but the answer for cultures to keep the bride price in monogamous societies, the bride price was paid to the bride instead of the father, allowing her to divorce. Yeah. See, then it goes from a bride price to technically a dower. So that's not really a bride price, because you're not paying her family. You're giving her insurance for if the marriage ends or if you pass away. So that's formally a dower. Yeah. Salam alaikum. Walaikum assalam to you. The comparison between Western dowry and Islamic meher is fascinating. This convo has to be propagated. We'll do our best. And that is why the woman is given the engagement ring in the church. It was originally called the betrothal ring by the Catholic Church in 1215. Man, yeah, that's fascinating. Michael Sayin was actually the one who told me that like months back, about how this sort of bride price was just under our noses in the form of the engagement ring. And there's rules out there where it's like the engagement ring needs to be 4 or 5 months his salary. It should be at least that much. It's like, I don't know, if you're a normal guy, it's like $25,000 or something like that. And it's just there right under our noses. It's like, why are we doing that? Another thing that's interesting is also like weddings. Like some cultures have big weddings and they show it off. And everybody's like, why do they do that? Why do they spend so much money on the wedding? They're doing that in order to establish market rate of what a marriage transaction looks like. And in real traditional marriages, they will have like these tables set out with all the dowry items on that so everybody can see that. And what that does is it's important because it's establishing your family's class and it's establishing what the price is for everybody in the community of that class. So I don't know. I think it's interesting. There's a lot of community binding things for marriage transactions that I think are overlooked. And I keep kind of seeing them as I go. Vivian says small farming can bring in a fairly decent income if you have a bit of knowledge and experience, and trads are LARPing hardcore. Yeah, LARPing is the right word for that. I know a few legit homesteaders. They think it's funny. Yeah, I bet it's completely different. They're up there, doing the whole, a lot of those trad influencers too are married to like very rich men, I think. Because there's one I remember seeing, and then it comes out she's married to like some CEO of something who's like a multi-millionaire, and it's like, this is complete cosplay. Feminists believe the bride price encourages men to beat their wives. Yeah, I mean, and they say that about the dowry system and female infanticide and violent. What they'll say is it puts too much pressure on the woman's family. And it's like, yeah, I mean, the woman's family should have some pressure on it. You know what I mean? Like, so, listen, and obviously infanticide or anything like that is bad, but I think in any normal society, it's like that would be controlled. There'd be laws against that. Now, that being said, I know we live in a society with all kinds of new technology. There's abortion, there's this and that. And, I do think we're so far down the line and we've reached this new level of, I don't know, ability as far as the human species is concerned. So this whole let's go back, like I get that that's not really a thing. I'm just trying to reveal and find and show some wisdom from the past that might help us look at this differently today, Talut Bura, hey, welcome in. And I think this might be my first or second time seeing you. Hello, Shah, I have a question. Can a woman with a career, trade, or labor skill be considered as modern dowry, or at least what she brings to the table? I think it can. And I mean, essentially that's what it has to be. I mean, if she's going to work, see, like in a bride price paying society, the woman labors, but the man ultimately, that it would be kind of like a woman working and then giving you the money. Now, in that society, it's not going to be like that. It's going to be part of one fund that both of you guys use. Here's the thing, it's like there wouldn't be an overt marriage transaction. So there's no actual monetary transaction made if you guys are both working and making the same income. You guys are just bringing in the same amount of wealth and income potential into the marriage. So you each have $80,000 saved up to put as a down payment. You're each making this. It splits 50-50. But here's the thing about 50-50 relationships. Technically, there's no need to stay committed in a 50-50 relationship. If you're in a complete 50-50 relationship and she just goes, or you decide to go, you're both well within your right, I guess, to just leave. Because it's like, well, I paid for everything 50% up until this point, and I think we're going to split now, So that's kind of, I think, the issue there when you think of a pure 50-50 like that is I think it has a likelihood of divorce, or at the very least, it's hard to say you're wrong. I don't know. Like, I feel like it's harder to justify like the opposite. Like it's easier for them to justify leaving, I guess. Like, well, I paid for everything. It's not like we owe each other anything. And it actually kind of reminds me of, one of the studies that I read, I don't know if I can find it now. I just have so many pulled up, but, it's talking about societies where paternity doesn't matter that much. And those are typically in like property-less societies. You know what I mean? So you might have roving bands of humans that come together and then they just leave after a little bit and they leave. It's just not really a concern to them because they're not considered about private property and those kinds of things. We live in this kind of weird hybrid place. You know what I mean? So that wouldn't work either. But I think that when I think of 50-50 and everybody paying everything, I think that's how it would go down. But then there shouldn't be any resentment there if it ends. I think it all depends on what happens with the kids. So I wouldn't call it a true modern dowry, but I would call it a fair deal. So I would call it a fair deal. but there's no actual transaction being made. It's just negotiating for a deal that's fair, if that makes sense. I know that's kind of convoluted. Vivian says, women do not respect their own engagement rings in modern society. Wonder what you mean by that. That's kind of interesting. Do you mean like if they break it off and they don't want to give it back or something like that? Also, there was this thing called like the morning gift. I read about that once, but I got to go back and look at it. I know Michael talked about the betrothal gift, but yeah, there's also a thing called a morning gift also. Because women are seen as a possession. Bride price created patriarchal societies while the dowry created egalitarian societies traditionally. Well, yeah, essentially, and that's why the woman got a dowry, because that's basically her inheritance, and that's pretty much the thing that's saying, hey, you're in this class because you're coming with this dowry. So you belong in this class, whatever class that happens to be. Therefore, a groom of an equal measure of that class, should be matched with you. If women were choosing legitimate careers that had skills that translated to caring for a family, it could be, but it's not literal chattel. Well, that's part of the problem, right? A lot of college degrees have become kind of devalued these days. So people might have a degree, but they're coming in with college debt, and they might not even be working in their career field. So forget talking about a dowry. Now you're talking about someone who's coming in with an extra burden. Forget bringing any kind of wealth to the situation. There are a lot of issues surrounding engagement rings. That's interesting. According to Proverbs, when it talks about virtuous women, it says those type of women also provide for their families by trade. Yeah, that's Proverbs 31, I think. I might be wrong. Mr. Pitt sent me that once. But yeah, I have read that before. I think Paul Elam mentioned that also in my first discussion with him. It says that those type of women also provide for their families by trading cloth merchandise and at the same time taking care of their family. Yeah, I noticed that too, which I found was interesting. Michael Sain says, in a 50-50 marriage, the covenants turn into temporary contracts. And if the vows you give during a wedding is a contractual promise, breaking a verbal vow allows the other party to initiate divorce. In a 50-50 marriage, yeah, Michael. Yeah, I think you've explained it pretty well there. That makes sense. That makes sense. It even goes as far as to say virtuous women have spare bread for the one in need. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, which is interesting, right? Because it kind of goes against this whole like men are always the provider kind of thing. It's like women work, or they did work, or it's okay for them to produce income. The Proverbs woman is the ideal, but modern men don't want boss babes. So what are you gonna do? Yeah, you see, that's where there's probably going to eventually be some kind of a perspective shift. I mean, and I think a lot of this is about being honest about what class you're actually in as a person. And I hate to use that word class because it sounds, kind of hoity-toity. But to be honest, I think part of one of the things America did well was to convince everybody that we were so equal to where we forgot that there is such a thing as different classes of people in some sense. You know what I mean? At least a lot of us. And part of that's being honest about your situation and then negotiating from that point and, whatever compromises come with that. I think it's just being realistic. I wonder if that is the kind of virtuous woman that Andrew Wilson talks about. He's a biblical patriarchist. I don't know. I think he might subscribe to the men provide everything and the women stay at home. I'm not sure. Yes, sir. It's Proverbs 31. Okay, yeah. Okay, good. I just want to make sure. Every state in the United States have laws about engagement rings. The person who broke off the engagement has to give the ring to the other party. Okay, so if the guy breaks it off, but he gave the ring to her already, then technically she doesn't got to give it back. That's actually really interesting. Yes, Proverbs 31, 10 through 31, verses 10 through 31 references the virtuous woman. Okay, I remember that. And Mr. Pitt, I remember you sending me that like a few months back. Yeah, I haven't read all of the Bible, but there was a time where before I used to go to sleep, I would read religious texts, and I spent a lot of time with the Bible. I mean, I read a good amount of books from the Old Testament, and then, I read the 4 Gospels and Revelations and, just some of the other books that I thought were more popular and stuff. I think someone who reads an entire religious text should be really proud of themselves. Like, if someone's like, I read the whole Bible. Like, you know what? You should be proud of yourself for that. That's a lot of people are going to live this life and have a bunch of opinions about religion and have never read the entire thing in their life. You know what I mean? Which is kind of interesting to think about. And that brings me to another thing. I want to talk about religious simps and religious chads. I feel like there's a lot of like religious simpery going out here. And it's like a lot of people are just so like always trying to like rub their religion in your face and sell their religion. And it's just like, there's a lot of religious simping, unlike religious chads who are like just religious people, but they don't go telling everybody or virtue signaling about it all the time. It's like a guy who gets lucky with some chick and he can't stop telling people about it. It's like, man, okay, congratulations. You know what I mean? Where, you know, another guy, it's just like, you know, that was cool and I'm going to move on with my life. And, you know, it's just like, yes, the spiritual thing is awesome here, but I'm not going to go bragging about spiritual, you know, my spirituality all the time. It's just this thing. I don't know. I really think there's religious simps and religious chads in a way. All traditional female labor that contributed to a family's economic stability were replaced by machines during the Industrial Revolution. You'll see Muslim men say not to have jobs and sew clothes for money. Yeah, I mean, I think that comes from a controlling sort of possessive thing there. And again, it's the same thing when the, I guess it would be the agricultural revolution, but when the plow's invented, you know, it kind of takes away, it's a technology that takes away from some of the jobs that women had. You know, one thing I was reading also said with the plow, the way it tills the earth or whatever, it makes it so you don't have to weed the soil. So like women would go in and they'd take all the weeds out back then when they were, you know, using a hoe or a digging stick. But then when the plow came out, it also took away the need for that. So that was yet another thing that women and children could do to help out that they didn't need to do anymore. That's the mistake, to think because women earn money that they are entitled to boss their husband around. A true traditional woman submit to their husband, whether he makes more money than her or not. I'd say that goes into the, you know, for me, masculinity, it just, if I reduced it down to its most core part, has to do with being direct. And femininity is about being indirect. So it's like the man is direct and, you know, the woman's indirect. So it kind of fits in with that. Andrew Wilson's own wife had 3 children from a man that she wasn't married to. You know, it's interesting. I think a lot of like it's almost like the sort of pathway these days. It's like people, like in our culture or society, you grow up and then you wonder, oh, you know, maybe the religious stuff isn't true or whatever. And then people go their own way and they make their mistakes. And then later on, they come back to religion. And it just seems like most people, no matter how religious they are, follow that path to some extent. I mean, I think it's very hard for most people. I think it's almost normal for most people to fall short of whatever the ideal is. You know what I mean? So that's interesting. That's interesting. Miles says traditional humans were hunter-gatherers. Men hunted and women gathered. Both hunting and gathering are forms of providing. So the traditional women were providers. Yeah, I mean, exactly. The sole provider male is a new idea. It really is a new idea. This whole protect and provide thing is a complete gaslight. And then women are like the nurturers. It's like, no, providing is split. I could see women being nurturers and men being protectors. That can still be a thing, but the providing part, like I'm working on that part. You know, that part needs to be split down the middle at the very least. It can't all be on the shoulders of young men. Ahmed, yeah, I watched the talk he had with the numbers guy. Women were not allowed to have jobs without their husband's permission until the 14th Amendment. And women could not cash their own paychecks because it was considered income that belonged to the man. Yeah, I think that was like coverture, at least in like England. Maybe US it was different, but you know, men were responsible for their wife's deaths also. Women shifted to milkmaids and different forms of animal husbandry, but that all got replaced as well. Yeah, it's interesting, right? Technology's supposed to make things better. Women literally have nothing to do. Well, I mean, you can even think of it like this. I mean, if you want to go really, like, you think of like dishwashers, the iron, I mean, washing machines. You know, so there's a lot of things that kind of come in and make household labor easier. So, you know, and then Paul and I were talking about it. There's a lot of house labor that men have to do that doesn't get recognized. I mean, there's a lot of things that, you know, break around the house that need to get fixed or get taken care of, or that, women they don't do it. Women literally have nothing to do besides cook and clean, and a lot of women refuse that with no understanding of what labor really is. Yeah, exactly. And then it's like, okay, there's a woman who marries a normal guy, and let's say, okay, she's doing whatever she's doing, whatever the economic value of that is. The divorce happens 50-50, and she says, I deserve that because I did all these things. Then you have the woman who marries a pop star or an NFL or an actor or something, and they have a maid, they have a nanny, they have all these things, but she's still going to be like, well, I mean, all the things I did, I deserve half the money. You know what I'm saying? I read a lot of religious texts. My dad is an Islamic theologian. Oh, that's interesting. There are tons of cliff notes and videos now that do a good job summarizing them. Yeah, I like to read religious texts. I look at, I don't know, especially before I fall asleep, it's kind of like looking at the community dream. You know what I mean? And I feel like it puts my brain in that sort of rhythm before I fall asleep and then have my own dreams. But yeah, Brother Shah, do you consider yourself MRA or MHRA? To be honest, I don't know what a MHRA is. I think I've seen that acronym, but I don't really know. I would say men's rights, to be honest. And that's just from working at child support and, wanting to see change there and laws. But yeah, if you can explain what MHRA is, I can look at that. We're about 2 hours, 45 minutes in. I think what we'll do is watch a little bit more segments of this. And then I have another fun video. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Oh, I remember what it is. It's called China Unvarnished. Paul actually sent this to me, and I thought it was a pretty funny video. And it's about, oh God, Chinese men demand no bride. God, this is hilarious. Chinese men demand no bride price for non-virgins. Damn, wasn't it this channel? Crap. Oh, here it is. The 2025 marriage law. Dang, they're just putting out videos. 16 years married, 3 kids aren't his, 4th isn't either, most humiliated man. Maybe we'll save that one for another time. Yeah, this one's about 18 minutes, so we'll do this for a little bit, then we'll get in there. We'll get in there. Women should know how to fix a toilet, light a pilot light, wash a car, operate a circuit breaker, a hand drill, change a tire, and change oil, spark plugs. Yeah, exactly. Those are legit contributions. Yeah, exactly. I mean, fixing the leak under the sink. When that you hear that little leak in the toilet and you're like, what the hell's going on? Then you got to go to the hardware store and get that little, like, it's the flush thing that has the little stick on it that goes to the chain. You got to change that sometimes. You got to mow the lawn. You got to trim the trees around the house and, before it goes over the neighbor's fence and causes problems. The gutters need to be empty. The alternator's out on the car. I got to fix that. The battery died. I got to change that on the car. Changing the tire. A lot of car stuff. We can sit here on the car for a while. The kids were horsing around, and they broke something. Now you got to figure that out. Get the wall fixed. There's a ton of things. Like, you could sit here all day and think of a lot of things that men do around the house that would probably match all of women's, maybe even dwarf all of women's contributions around the house. I mean, if you really want to think, you really think about it. But and on top of working the job and paying for everything, Marcus Gray says, Rachel Wilson has 3 kids from 2 different guys. Andrew married a double baby mama. I'm sure he rationalized how that's a good decision. I mean, that probably goes into the whole, like, born again thing. I mean, I don't know if they believe in that, but I don't know. I think at a certain, I don't know what his past is. And, again, I'm nobody to say whether it's good or bad, but, especially if he's explicitly saying it's bad and not to do that, then that would be hypocritical. But, I think at a certain point, people just take the deal that seems to be whatever the deal's going to be. I think he might subscribe to this whole, men being the whole provider thing. I don't know, that I don't know what his opinion would be on that kind of stuff, but I think as far as manosphere stuff goes, yeah, they'd probably look at him sideways for a lot of that stuff. So, Psychologists, well, I guess the interesting part is if like people are kind of like preaching to other people or judging other people. Judging is one thing. I get it. What I don't like is bullying people. Like if you're bullying people, whatever, you can call me tone policing your stuff, but I don't know. I know blood sports debating gets a lot of views and people like that. I just don't like watching that stuff so much because it's just like, I can't sit here and watch this high tension ass stuff all the time. Sorry for cussing, gentlemen, and ladies. But, then it's like, well, okay, you did all the same stuff. So come on now, Well, yeah, but it sucks and I wouldn't do it again. But, well, then I don't know, save a dowry for your daughters and help them get married while they're young. Otherwise, if you're going to sit here and if you as a guy got to sit here and you got to make all this money and it's going to take you until you're 27 or 28 until you finally get into your groove, something is happening from age 18 to 27 is all I'm saying. You know what I mean? So that is, parents need to be involved here if they want, early marriages that make sense. Psychologists say both the man and the wife will work, but the man will expect the wife to take care of the kids in the house. Women are overworked and burned out when they work outside of the home. Yeah, that's what I hear also. I don't know. As a guy myself, like I don't know, like I know people with kids and I see how they interact, and both the husband and the wife both work together, even when the kid's a small baby, getting up at different times of the night to tend to the child and whatever they can do. This whole I'm just stuck at home having to do everything. I don't know if I just don't buy that. I don't really buy that anymore. Paul Elam is an MHRA. The difference with MRA is that gynocentrism have infiltrated into MRA through conservative gender roles. Ooh, that's interesting. I think you're rooting for anti-gynocentrism, so I would say MHRA. That makes sense. Yeah, definitely anti-gynocentrism. All right, because that's really what the issue, that's where this whole men as the provider comes in, right? It's pedestalizing women, so you want to sit here and be the hero and do everything, and you're not putting the same amount of pressure or responsibilities on them. That would make sense. I didn't know that they actually created a split for that. But I think that's what happened to MRAs. Eventually, once something like that gets big enough, it's very vulnerable to hijacking, and either the trad cons will do it or the pickup artists will do it, or that kind of happened with whatever podcast. Like it starts out like here's a men's rights guy 3 years ago, and then then it's like TradCon. I know it's Andrew Wilson a lot lately, but before Andrew Wilson, it was like Michael Knowles, Officer Tatum, Candace Owens. I don't know if Matt Walsh was on the show. There was like a ton of them. It was like a lot of the Daily Wire people were on there. I think even Ben Shapiro, possibly. I can't remember. Then it became Andrew Wilson, who's been on there. Like he's pretty much the co-host now. I don't know if they still have Daily Wire people coming in there. And the thumbnails are interesting that just that just flow through. Yeah, it was like pickup artists, gynocentrists, tradcons, gynocentrists. So men's rights kind of hit the wayside here. So, well, I'm just trying to give Brian credit for at least doing it for once on the show, just to be fair, Every time I see a man shopping for female hygiene products, I tell them to send their woman to buy motor oil. I don't like how women use these type of things to bully men either. Yeah, that is kind of funny. I prepare to have the wrong motor oil, but well, just remember 5W30. I do criticize conservatives burdening young single men with no kids with taking care of single moms because it's their duty as a man. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, it's just not a fair deal for them, and again, child support exists. I mean, they can, if the guys aren't in their life, then they can go after that. Not to mention there's another aspect of maybe why that first marriage didn't work. It's not always the guy's fault. It could be the woman's fault too. And she just didn't want to be with them. Romance was over. So yeah, there's accountability on the women. Vivian, I don't see nothing wrong with men buying female hygiene products as long as they are not being coerced to do so. Yeah, I see what you mean, I don't think the drama-filled bag on slutty girls content is helping anyone. It's not helping. Well, no, it doesn't help anyone. It just helps fan the flames of the rage, right? So you're just betting on... it's just people who are angry and you're helping to keep them in the anger phase, right? So this whole space has an aspect of people who discover it and then they're pissed off for a little bit. And if you make content that caters to that, they'll watch it, you know? I think as the culture changes though, and at a certain part, it's going to be like, why are you mad? This is common knowledge. Red pill rage, I think, will diminish greatly. And these people have made so much content that it's become mainstream talking points almost, that rage bait stuff, I think, will end up being less interesting because it's like, we know this already. It's like if somebody's actually mad about it, it's like, where have you been? You know? I would love to see a discussion between Shah and a second wave feminist like Christina Hoff Sommers. She comes across as an MRA. Would be nice to see the differences in your perspectives. That would be really cool. I should look more into her and her work. Red pill rage is understandable, but it should be a phase. Well, yeah, exactly. I think red pill content a long time ago used to be about helping guys get over that. But then when it, hit YouTube, it really got big so fast and it made a lot of money, and so people, they see the profit in constantly making rage content, to fan the flames. But I do think now it's sort of changing. I even think a lot of these creators are probably trying to figure out, like, what do we do next or something? Beware the honey badgers. All right, let's just see the sections. I might Andrew Tate, masculinity. Do we live in the hell with it. I'll just play it, and I could save it for a part 2 if we need more time.
Because that's sort of your almost duty as a man, or your responsibility or job as a man.
It's a responsibility to learn how to do things you don't want to do, whether you're a male or a female.
Yes.
And I 100% agree with him about that.
Yeah. And I'm trying to, I wish I had loaded up some clips that we could have watched. Are there any things
the only thing I'll say is that anytime you put down a woman, you bring out the feminist in me. I am a very strong supporter of women's rights.
That is so interesting. Warren Farrell is telling Brian about anytime you put down a woman, you bring out the feminist in me. Sounds like he's basically saying that he's not really about the rage bait content or putting down women. That's 3 years ago. And then after he talks to Warren Farrell, I mean, it's just, what's your body count? You produce nothing for society. It's just like all about putting, you know what I mean? You could argue it's just putting women down content continuously for like the next 3 years. But right on, right on.
Rights and the expansion of women's rights. I just don't want them to be male rights and boys and men to be left out of the picture. I think that.
See, this guy, I think what he's describing is actually more like a true equality. And he sees that women have had a liberation movement, and he wants to give that same, benefit to men. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, it's like we live in a free society. And people should have a choice how they want to live. That's at least what we're selling. That's what we've been selling to people, like freedom. We love freedom over here. We're so much better than, communists because we love freedom. And then everybody wants to come here because of freedom and all the fireworks. It's amazing, Ahmed says red pill rage goes away the moment creators prioritize finding real solutions. Problem is no money in that. Yeah, exactly. So if it's easier, Paul said it too in in our second discussion. He said it's a hell of a lot easier to sell getting laid to men. There's money in that, and it's a lot easier to cater to anger. There's money in that too, but so I don't know, it's interesting. The problem with Christina Hoff Sommers is that she prioritizes women problems over men, although men are the ones that are most vulnerable, aka gynocentrism. Words of Mr. Paul Elam and El Jefe. Interesting. The red pill despises egalitarianism. Yeah, whether it's TradCon red pill or it's, high value man PUA red pill. Dr. Farrell is too soft on women. He wants the omelet without breaking the eggs. The red pill also loves the extremist take on Islamic male dominance. Yeah, I mean, it sells well. Like, I said it earlier. It's like there's this kind of cartoonish understanding of things. And it's not, it's not exactly the case, but people have an understanding here, but it's not really. There's a lot of feminist gynocentric stuff even in Islamic media that you'd be surprised, but yeah, it's just kind of like a cartoonish, like Andrew Tate is kind of a cartoonish character. He's like hyperbole. You know what I mean? Red pill rage goes away when you accept that you have been living in a gynocentric society and it is your duty to stop pedestalizing women's needs over your own. Yeah, I would say that, but the problem is tradcons and these other types will try to push you back into gynocentrism by saying, by selling you a different concept of masculinity. You know what I mean? Like, part of understanding you're in a gynocentric society and not pedestalizing their needs is almost like MGTOW. It's like it's pretty much walking away from a gynocentric traditional role, right? And there's a hell of a lot of shame that comes with that, and the people in the space itself are almost kind of still stuck in that role in one way or another. True men's rights activists don't want to control women. We just don't want to be controlled by women. Shout out to It's Complicated for that perspective. Absolutely. Shout out to It's Complicated. It's Complicated has been doing a lot of groundwork out here, moving the space along. So big shout out to him. There are no solutions without family law changes. Therefore, the red pill will not go away anytime soon. Yeah, but the problem with that is that the type of family law changes that people want aren't all the same. Like if it's tradcons, they want to go back into something, that once was. And if it's anything that makes it fair for men, they're going to be like, well, you're just feminist and you're no different than feminist. And you just, you know what I mean? Whatever it is, you just want to increase degeneracy, all that kind of stuff. So it just creates like this gridlock. Michael saying feminists love Islamic male dominance. I will say, I think they just love dominance in general. A lot of women I've met personally, I can't tell you from personal experience, most women like domination or being dominated, at least, in that way. And it's actually, I guess it's not surprising looking back, but at first it's like interesting. It is that way.
When we're all in the same family boat, when either sex
Family boat.
wins alone, both sexes lose.
Yeah. But have you've heard maybe some of the news stories about him, and I do think to some degree there was a bit of misrepresentation about some of the things that, there were accusations about him that he beat women, and then the woman in question came out and said, well, it was a consensual.
They were having like a fun time or something.
Play between us. We were into some more
sadomasochism type of thing.
Exactly. Yeah. So she came out, and then there's some accusations that he was doing human trafficking, but that was debunked. But I assume you're to some degree familiar with him. And I mean, he was the most Googled man at one point. He was, you maybe heard he was widely
I think I'll skip the rest of this Andrew Tate portion. I mean, I think we kind of had enough time on him. Do you think we live in a patriarchal society? Damn, that sounds kind of good. Reddit questions. John Lennon. Do you consider yourself a feminist? Wage gap discussion. Maybe we'll do those two. We'll do patriarchal society and wage gap discussion. Unless you guys really want to do a specific one. Also, what's up with the poll? 58. I don't even remember what I asked. What in the... the poll's just taking forever to load. Also, this video's taking forever to... Come on.
It's sort of related.
There we go. Okay, so that's good. Let me just catch up with this. Ended the poll, and it's nowhere to be seen. Well, whatever it was 58%, and it's gone now, guys. And I think that was about abortion being legal. 58%. Oh, crap. That's why it is so important, your contribution with Paul Elam, to define what true masculinity... that true masculinity doesn't depend on female validation. I heard you say you could name Greek masculine men who took a dowry. Well, yeah, I mean, they're all throughout history. you can look throughout that. In ancient Rome, I mean, there's stories of pretty legendary dowries for some women, you know what I mean? And going throughout, King Henry VIII is one I like, just coming down more recently. Um, Most of it was the dowry system over there. I'd have to look into more historical examples specifically. And then not only that, there's a lot of references in literature. You know what I mean? Like a lot of writing, and even more recently, mentions dowry and how cultures dealt with dowry and what it was important. And even in some movies that I watch, like I want to spend some time going through, and like I wish I can find a bunch of historical examples of it. Like I can't pull that many off the top of my head right now, but I know there's a lot because I've looked them up, but I just can't remember. But I want to make a list of just like a bunch of historical dowries, whether they're rich people or normal or lower class folk. In this, I wish I can find like, some super masculine like general or something. I think King Henry VIII was pretty masculine. But you know what I'm saying? Like the Borgias or something like that. Like one of those guys, you know what I mean? Like some conqueror. And then it's just like, oh yeah, here was his dowry. Was that guy not masculine? You can make a whole freaking thing out of this. Tate is a Barbie for men. There's no better way to put it. He also wants you to think of yourself as a success object, no intrinsic value. Yeah, pretty much your entire worth is just dependent on what you can provide for women. I mean, kind of seems like, a bit of what they're portraying. England got rid of their family courts of equity in 1875. They ruled that equity courts violate the rule of law. They combined both courts, balancing equity and law. Yeah, around then also, I think they had the married property law. There was like one in 1881 and I think one in 1889. And that effectively killed dowry in Britain because it pretty much ended coverture. And back then, the wife comes with the dowry and the man has management over it. So, it made dowries, very attractive and all that kind of stuff. Then what the married property law did is it kind of split them up. And so the women had more control over her property. And it just, by that time there were feminists pushing for things and, all these other factors were coming in, romantic love, modernization. So I think all that stuff just rolled over into one. Feminists are nut jobs. Of course, women love male dominance. We love it and we fear it, and we can't tell which is which sometimes. Yeah, and that's the whole bad boy archetype, Feminism capitalizes on that aspect of female nature, for sure. It's interesting. There might even be an opposite version of that, right? There's the woman who likes the bad boy or prison guy. I remember this. Back when I worked at Child Support, I had this coworker. She was cool. And this other guy, we used to go on walks on breaks. And my coworker, she was telling me about this TV show or something she was watching and something funny she saw in it. And one woman was saying to another woman that prison guy is the best sex of your life, but you don't marry prison guy. See, so there's prison guy on one side, and then there's, the quote unquote provider, safe, reliable guy. And the same thing for men. There's like this Madonna whore complex thing that men deal with. And, like you said there, feminists capitalize on that aspect of female nature. There's also that aspect of male nature, and certain content, I think, capitalizes on that. And that's why you kind of have this archetype of a slutty woman that's so glorified in our own culture because it capitalizes off that Madonna whore complex. You know what I mean? So I think there could be a corollary there or a parallel. Why do we talk about SMV as opposed to ISV, intrinsic market value? That's a good question. Probably because most people are looking for short-term romantic engagements instead of long-term family building engagements. Probably really does go down to that. Ahmed, you're right. Paul Elam said men have intrinsic value as a human. That doesn't depend on female validation. I didn't know this video existed. I'm going to watch the Andrew Tate bits because I already know Warren's take. It's fine. Yeah, I bet Mr. Peter Wright could help with those historical events. Yeah, definitely. He does a great job of digging up that kind of stuff. He focuses on finding like gynocentric stuff, going through history, especially like courtly love and all these kinds of things. I like Peter Wright a lot. He has shared with me some really interesting and valuable things. Vivian says, why are we referring to intersexual dynamics as a commodified center for commerce when dowry system-based societies did not, and they were doing literal transactions? That is a good question. I guess you can say transactional sex. I think it's because intersexual dynamics is more so. I mean, there is a transactional aspect, I guess you can say, with dowry, or at least an exchange of wealth going on, and it's literally called a marriage transaction. So that's one thing. Intersexual dynamics and market value, I think also, a lot of people, instead of saying, they'll be like, oh, sex is transactional or something, and it's teaching guys, I guess, how to get the most sex for the least amount paid. Ideally, I guess, is what it's about. According to ChatGPT, Julius Caesar accepted a dowry. Yep. You can even look at some of their daughters. I think Tula was a daughter of, I can't remember which one it was. I was just looking at it. But she had a very large dowry. So did the Duke of Wellington. Bitch ass. There are men who have different levels of alpha and beta traits. Women have different levels of Madonna whore. Trying to pigeonhole anyone, male or female, is disingenuous. Yeah, it's like a spectrum. FYI, family courts are created to circumvent the constitutional right for a jury. The government claims family court is so busy that it could not populate that many juries to get rid of it. Wow. That's interesting. It's almost like sneaky, you could say. But yeah, that is kind of what they say, especially with at fault to no fault. It's just like, well, the courts were so backed up, we needed a more administrative, streamlined way to do this. Men are supposed to be providers for life. What's wrong with asking for a head start from the girl's family? Exactly. And I mean, listen, it all is about community building. It pays it forward. You help the young guy get on his feet and build him up. And then when he's up here, he's, he understands, but he's also obligated to push that wealth forward. So there's two separate moments of wealth transfer. There's the daughter's marriage, and then there's the inheritance, So instead what you get is like, boomers holding on to wealth over here. And they're just like, you go figure it out. You know what I mean? There's no help. And, they have dispersed the family so much that it's like the boomers really even can't give an inheritance because they're concerned about their retirement. It used to be the family lives around each other and helps the parents in their old age too. But a lot of that inheritance gets juiced in figuring out retirement for the parents. We just live in a way that's really unaffordable nowadays. Like there's going to have to be some cutting back. There really is going to have to be some cutting back. Dating is not real. All Muslims know this. Dating culture creates a bunch of weird concepts, hence dating advice and the term SMV. You should check out Coach Greg Adams. He talks about how dating culture pretty much stems out of prostitution culture. And things like buying a woman dinner and all this kind of stuff actually come from prostitution, like back in like the 1920s and stuff. And then that slowly evolves into what the dating culture we have now. It's interesting how he presents it. Need a $5 million dowry considering today's 304. Exactly. Hey, I'm open to negotiation. I will talk to anybody regardless of their past, All depends on, all I'm saying is I'm open for negotiation. You know what I mean? Like that dowry, every man has a number when it comes to dowry. Men are expected to be providers for life. What's wrong with asking for, oh, I read that already. Women trying to help build a bro doesn't work though, which is weird because historically it worked when her family backed him. I wonder why that is. I think it's probably cultural expectation and also just economic opportunities. There's a lot of people just undercutting each other out there. I think it's hard to do the Build-A-Bro for women because there's so many other women that are willing to knock him off the path, so to speak, of monogamy. So that gets tough between women. The bride price encouraged women to remain virgins by their fathers. Yes. The dowry does not encourage us 304s to thrive without, I think it might be the opposite, man. I have a paper that discusses virginity. Man, I got a lot of freaking papers over this last 6 months. Ah, damn it. Okay, where's my dowry folder? Status, property, and value on virginity. Okay, so here's this paper. Status, property, and value on virginity. This is American Ethnologist 91. I think it flips it the other way. The more property is important, the more virginity is important. And the thing is that in bride price paying societies, marriage happens at a younger age. So virginity tends to be less of an issue because they're going to get married faster. Dowry actually increases the age of marriage a little bit. So it pushes it back a little bit. So that's where virginity and this guarding of female virginity becomes more important because there's a little bit more lead time before the marriage happens. Damn it. American Ethnologist. Sorry, I'm just... let's see. Damn it, did they... it's just talking about the sexual revolution. You know what? I'll read the conclusion after. The conclusion's kind of interesting. Sorry. Doing this midstream is always a bad idea. Let's see this. Well, I argue that virginity is valued in those societies in which young men may seek to better their chances in life by allying themselves through marriage to a wealthy or powerful family. In preserving a daughter's virginity, a family is protecting her from seduction, impregnation, and paternity claims on her child. This is most critical when certain kinds of property transactions are involved. In societies in which dowry is given or daughters inherit, it would be attractive to seduce a dowered daughter or heiress, demanding her as a wife along with her property. Her parents would be reluctant to refuse since the well-being of their grandchildren would depend upon their inheritance from both of their parents. And another man would be unlikely to marry the mother if it meant that he had not only to support her children, but also to make them his heirs. The widow with children would be a different matter, since these children would have received property through their father and would make no claims on their stepfather beyond support, for which in any event their labor would provide compensation. To illustrate that upward mobility through marriage with a dowered daughter or heiress is not foreign to dowry-giving societies, let us consider a common theme of European fairy tales. A poor but honest young man goes through trials to win the hand of a princess who inherits her father's kingdom. Or he wins her heart, and through the good offices of a fairy godmother or other helper, they evade her wrathful father and are eventually reconciled with him. This more or less legitimate means to upward mobility is not so different from the illegitimate one by which he wins the girl through seduction. We had PUA, we had pickup guys back then. We had game guys all the way back then. So yeah, I mean that gives a little bit of a background. The majority of societies that exchange gifts and give indirect dowry also expect brides to be virgins. This is particularly true in the case of gift exchange. So I think virgin's important for both bride price and dowry, in which a bride's family gives quantities of property along with her, receiving a more or less equivalent amount from the family of the groom. As noted earlier, gift exchange is a way of ensuring that the two families are of equal wealth and of equal social power. Impregnating a girl would give a boy and his family a claim on that girl and an alliance with her family, even though they would have to come up with something themselves for the exchange. Oh, here we go. There's a helpful table. Virginity valued. Yes. Bride wealth societies, 16. Dowry and indirect dowry, 18 societies. So they're about the same. It looks like they're about the same out of 52 total societies. Bride wealth, and again, dowry and bride wealth are the two biggest ones. Bride wealth is bride price, by the way. So where there's no marriage transaction, virginity's not that big of a deal. Where private property comes up, and there is property in bride price. It just happens to probably be like more movable property, where like land property might be more communal. Direct, this is private land and other stuff. So yeah, anyways, I just want to read the conclusion because I thought it was interesting because it talks about modern society. I'll get to the chat. The trend in the modern world follows the pattern established for the pre-industrial societies. In the sample, with readily available contraception and abortion, extramarital sexual relations do not have to result in pregnancy or illegitimate birth. Even if a paternity claim is pressed, there is no obligation in our individual-centered society to honor it, as economic opportunities for women, as well as welfare payments by the state, welfare, that's a big enabler, make it possible to support a child without a husband. Well, you're not really supporting the child with welfare. I mean, you know what I mean. They're just saying, yeah, you can. Equally important, the dowry has lapsed in most European and European-derived cultures. Parental investment in daughters is increasingly in the form of education, not dowry. Furthermore, the daughter's choice of a husband does not have the significance for the family today that it did in earlier times. For most people in the industrial world, there is little in the way of a family estate to preserve. Most people are out here renting. Even among the rich, a rebellious daughter and her husband can be cut out of the will. So in modern societies, the disposal of assets is up to the individual with legal ownership of them. Yep, I mean, they can cut you out of the will, and then your father can just start dating a sugar baby and spend all your inheritance on the sugar baby. All kinds of things happen out here. Since in modern societies, the disposal of assets is up to the individual with legal ownership of them. Thus, a daughter's choice of a husband is not critical to the well-being of the family and the maintenance of its assets. And, giving the woman a college education is another way of saying, I'm not going to help you out with the rest of this. Okay, if you're going to get a college education and make your own money, then you might as well choose your own partner. That's the romantic model. It's been a disaster. Most commentators on the sexual revolution point to the availability of new contraception and abortion technology as the deciding factor in the changing of our sexual habits. But contraception and abortion have a long history in civilization. Techniques to reduce fertility have been known and used in Europe for centuries, albeit clandestinely. They had different herbs for that. Technology alone, without significant changes in social relations, is not enough to alter such deep-seated cultural values as the value on virginity. As marriage transactions disappear and the social status is gained more through achievement than through the family into which one is born or marries, parental control over marriage declines and disappears. The choice of a son-in-law is no longer a central concern, and the virginity of daughters loses its salience. Let me just check in on the chat. Damn it, there's another paper. Maybe we should get back to the video. I know Greg. We have had that convo. That's why he is talking about that. Oh, yeah. I love Coach Greg Adams. I got his books right here. Women that don't bring anything to the table are mere concubines, with all due respect. I mean, well, that's essentially what you're doing, right? I mean, you're just kind of paying for that access, so to speak. That's where I like Coach Greg Adams, because he's talking about how dating culture comes out of prostitution. So in a way, there's a lot of aspects of prostitution kind of put up on this, Dowries emphasize the importance of family, not sex. If there is no dowry, the perceived value is sex. A lot of Muslims see that as not capable of loving family and children. I think that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, listen, it forces people to step back and think about, like, to me, it gives family planning. You know what I mean? Like, it forces you to think a little bit past, just like the obsession and these kinds of other bad things, so to speak, And, now with abortion and birth control and the sexual revolution, it allows people to really go after their worst suitors, so to speak. Like, if you're a woman and you live in a town by the Silk Road and some traveler merchant comes and he's got a lot of money and he gets you pregnant and then he's just gone on the Silk Road with the next caravan and you never see that guy again, that's going to be a burden on the family. That's really going to make your future tough. But now, people are just out here doing what they want, and they'll abort if they want to abort or use birth control. And it has like radically just changed so many things. Now that said, even with birth control, some folks will still not do that and keep the baby and have the baby out of wedlock. And then there's the welfare state for that on the other side of that. So maybe it doesn't work because one individual woman cannot balance out the pressure of an entire culture. It's also extremely important to have family involved. Who's more likely to have a maiden's best interest in mind, the parents or the maiden whose judgment is clouded by desire? Yeah, I mean, I think they kind of sell that as oppression, but honestly, I don't know who would have the best interest of their children more than the parents, to be honest, or a potential groom for that matter. Maybe it doesn't work because women are, having sex. Yeah, exactly. Regarding thriving without consequences. In other words, we're effed. Where did you find out about the balsamic vinegar thing? I must have missed that balsamic vinegar. Oh, okay. I remember the balsamic vinegar thing. Tacticus. Hey, shout out to Tacticus, man. Great to see you in here. This stream is fast turning into me talking a lot, but I'm enjoying it. I might just cut past the rest of the whatever podcast and we'll just look at that China Unvarnished video. I think it's a little lighthearted and funny. So we might enjoy that. Thundercock impoverished Chad seduced his bride to entice daddy to pay for that thick endowment. Exactly. That's exactly how it was. So that's how you started having all these romance people. And, you know, it looks like the family was compelled to do it, especially to save face and stuff. That's really interesting. The whole thing is interesting. Feminism is stupid and women are not willing to listen to men. Women won't listen to other women unless they are talking about baby trapping, blaming men, or gold digging. Yeah, I mean, you know, to me, it's just like a Pandora's box kind of deal. You know, we're all just trying to figure it out as best as we can now. You know what I mean? So here we are. Ahmed says, what's interesting about the dowry discussion is it's not such a black and white issue. Our ancestors really understood the function it served. Yeah, it really is fascinating. I mean, when you look at it, it's like this is actually a very even beautiful system in some ways. And it makes a lot of sense, you know, and it really makes sense for like why you'd have a whole wedding. And it's like when you think of the word proposal, you know, like a marriage proposal, and you think it's a guy getting on one knee to propose his undying love for some woman, what it actually, you know, like more so, you could say it was like a proposal is like, hey, okay, there's this person available. Here's the dowry amount. You know what I mean? Can you put that out there to the people in society? We're looking for a suitor for our daughter. You know, we'll accept proposals from the other side. You know what I mean? There was a bit of a, it wasn't this getting on one knee thing is all I'm saying. You know what I mean? Ironically, concubines or warrior wives were the romantic equivalent to today's wives and were second-class wives. Yeah, I mean, societies, even in early Christianity, back when it was a sect and not, you know, the main religion of the empire, where polygyny was allowed and there was, you know, a wife, and then there were concubines. And so the Roman Catholic Church owns the most property. I read this. So any organization, they own the most property. And the reason they own the most property is because a lot of people in Europe who didn't have heirs just ended up gifting their property to the church. So the church over time accumulated a lot of property, basically. And part of that was because of certain prohibitions that the church eventually did. One of those was prohibiting concubines and children from concubines as legitimate heirs. Another one was adoption. A lot of people don't know this, but adoption was outlawed in Europe all the way up until, like, I think Britain finally made adoption legal in 1920. In the US, it was like 1850. So if you couldn't adopt a kid, well, you couldn't really pass on your property that way either. So, you know, there was always like 20% or 15 or 20% of people who just weren't going to have kids. And then another 20% of people, I think, beyond that, that would have daughters only or something. Or I don't know, end up child. Like, I can't remember exactly what the stats were, but it was enough to where it created this mass property accumulation for the church. And I think even still today, the Roman Catholic Church owns the most property of like any organization on earth. It's a fascinating history. Arranged marriage wives were strategic and fiscal investments. Yes, very much so, especially between families. Women desire marriage to financially protect having children. In a welfare state, there you go. The government becomes the father as welfare is given to the mother to provide food and housing. Yeah, I mean, and it's not just welfare. It's also you have this wealth transfer mechanism in the form of the child support system. And, you know, family law also, that's going to, you're going to get welfare, and then they're also going to try to get, you know, whatever they can from the guy sent to you. So, yeah, there's just this whole other option here that's available. So, like, if that's what the deal is going to be, and we're going to live here in a welfare state, hey, that's cool. If that's what it's going to be, that's what it's going to be. Then, you know, this is just what it's going to look like, you know. Divorced single mother. We don't have to figure anything out, though. Islam has presented all of the solutions. The problem is Muslims are not representing the best of the best examples. Yeah, it's definitely balanced. Like I would say the marriage transaction there is balanced. And even in dowry monogamous without divorce, and on the European side it's balanced. You know, on the Islamic side divorce can happen. And there's a prescription for how to go about that and to what happens with this money. And the reason the transactions look the way they do on that side is to account for these kind of probabilities. On the European side, there really isn't supposed to be divorce, which is why she doesn't get any part of the postmortem inheritance. It's just the pre-mortem dowry, and like I guess what I'm trying to say is marriage can be done in different ways, but it does need to be a balanced equation when it comes to this marriage transaction deal. So, but yeah, I do agree with what you're saying. I mean, there's a lot of people who do surface level stuff, and it just creates issues. Again, this is where the religious simpery comes in, and where it's important to be a religious Chad who just, experiences their spiritual development without having to brag about it to everybody constantly. The problem with romantic love is the predecessor of feminism by pedestalizing women. Yeah, that's essentially what it was. And it would create this kind of scenario where maybe even some guys would be like, it's okay. I don't want you to have a dowry because I love you and I'll do anything for you and I'll pay for everything, my, sweetheart. Vivian said, even if people didn't convert, they would emulate a more functional model if it was presented. Muslims conforming to dating and hookup culture is wild to me. Yeah, I mean, I think anybody that lives here in the U.S. is, I don't think immune to that. You know what I mean? It's just, there is a whole nother level of consciousness when you're living here. Like there's a whole nother freeing up of mind space. You know what I mean? That like our parents or their parents just didn't have. And you're confronted with so much freedom. And suddenly it's like you have this abstract playground and it creates this different sense of self that maybe didn't exist before. And then that gets projected onto some love interest. And then suddenly you're just more in love than anything. And a lot of people are going to end up living some of that out or indulging in some of that. I'm kind of realistic about it, you know what I mean? In the sense of like, yeah, people are going to do that. But then when it comes to this, okay, let's all match up now and try to figure it out. It's still got to be a fair deal. You know what I mean? So that's just part of, a lot of living here, in the media and this and just whatever opportunities are available to you. Now, times are getting tougher. I'll say that. And as times get tougher and things start to tighten up, that's going to create, I think, maybe a change in how some people handle themselves. I think if we go through some tough economic periods, the families who maybe employ some of this knowledge are going to have a higher chance of making it through. In welfare state, Michael saying, in the welfare state then turns around to enslave men under the child support system. Yeah, exactly. That's girlfriend is to concubine as OF model is to harlot. Yeah. I should do a poll. How big of a dowry would you need if a OF model proposed, getting married? Yes, the government cucks the men by seducing their wives with prizes for divorcing. Yes, they do. Very much so they do. And that's a thing too, right? It's like the government, the family law is essentially 50-50. I mean, they're really telling you, it's one thing to say you don't believe in 50-50 or it doesn't work. And I've talked about the weaknesses of that, but it's just that the family law itself is 50-50. Our culture, therefore, this is what it's prescribing. You know what I mean? This is what it wants. An Islamic contract also includes what the bride is expected to do. It's not just a handshake agreement like it is here. Yes, that is true. A lot of it just goes, this is where I know some people are like, how there's the just lift bro guys. There's also the just change the law bro guys. So I get like saying, oh, let's change the laws. It's going to fix everything. There's still challenges with that, especially if you're in a culture where people don't want to conform to those laws. But like over here in the US, you know what I mean? Obviously, like people can always pull that ripcord and parachute out of there, out of the marriage. In other countries, it's it's going to be different. So a contract like that might actually be upheld and make sense depending on where you are. But, over here, it's just, it could just get bad. You know what I mean? Let's just look at the comments on this, and then we'll move into China Unvarnished. Oh man, where did I put that? Oh, here we go. Oh, I already had that open. Okay, it's here. Let's just see the comments. 3 years ago, hey, shout out to whatever for having Warren Farrell on 3 years ago. Who knows? Maybe it changes and Brian gets some men's rights guys on there. That'd be interesting. Probably your best interview so far. I would agree. The audience really got the sense that you have been deeply involved with your guest before the interview. The structure of the interview was also great, especially the fact that you took already interesting questions from Reddit that you could also just let a clip play to give your guest time for a bathroom break also shows the increasing professionality of the podcast. Now, see, this gets 25 upvotes, right? But 38,000 views. I mean, look at this, 425 views. I mean, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, I get, I don't want to call it selling out, but trad or of girl, like, I mean, virgin, like this is what's getting views from people. Okay, I get it. 400, you got the 467,000 views. Like, let's look at how many upvotes the comments got on this. 1.1 thousand, okay, 104, 299. Okay, that one's a little bit, 300. But like compared to this, it's like 25 upvotes, it's like 1/10 of the view count. And that's with 3 years on the backlog. So somebody eventually made a cost benefit analysis and decided to move into a different style of things, but that's, I don't know, whatever, maybe he was doing that before too. Thank you for having Dr. Farrell on your show. To whoever is reading this, I sincerely hope you find peace in your life, fulfillment or purpose that makes you happy. You are valuable and worth it. Oh, this is the intrinsic value. Keep your head up, kings. Not sure if he's a copyright. Amazing pod with Dr. Warren Farrell. Thanks, Brian, and the whatever pod production cast. Great interview. Thank you. 2 points really hit home for me from this interview. Among men and women who attempt to commit deletion, though women attempt it more, they are more likely to report that someone somewhere cares about them, and that explains why men are more successful. Men are protectors and compete with each other to solve the issues that women complain about. But men who complain are seen as weak whiners and not protectors, and are therefore not listened to the way women are. I'm going to need to watch this one again. It's a weird feeling when hearing someone else accurately describe things you go through. I could play this for people that should hear it, and I know they still wouldn't care until the tension rises. So anyways, yeah, that's our whatever episode here. Let me just check in real quick. In Islamic oh yeah, I read that. A Jewish contract is that what's called the get? I can't remember. A Jewish contract is unilateral and only includes the duty of the man. Only the man signs the contract. From what I understand, like it's not really government involved. It's kind of just between parties, right? Like divorce in Judaism isn't like like in Christianity, divorce is like, that's like seen as really bad because you're not supposed to. In Judaism and Islam too, but I think Judaism, like divorce is more just kind of like between the parties, right? Like it's not, I don't know if it's like the end of if it's that bad, compared to Christianity. Michael Sand says, in the United States, the marriage certificate is not legally considered a contract because it does not spell out the obligations of the man or woman in marriage. Man, another great point. Michael Sand in here just dropping facts. I love this kind of stuff. These are like little gems, and it makes sense. Gosh, and it's almost kind of sad because it just kind of destroys the marriage contract to begin with, and it's like people are signing this certificate to get a license to marry. And nobody knows what the family law is because they haven't sat there and read their family law code. And it used to be that there was a contract that, both parties were aware of. It's just like marriage has been like neutered and destroyed many times over a long period of time. Divorce document is called the get. Okay, the marriage document is the ketubah. Got it. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. All right. You guys ready to go to China? Heck yeah. China's 2025 marriage law is here. Women's plans are crushed. I do sometimes wonder how accurate this is because, you know, like, it's a lot of subtitling and it's a lot of like Chinese people talking, but I don't know what they're really saying, but it seems accurate enough. Sometimes I'll try to Google stuff and it'll seem fine. You know what I mean? So, but sometimes I'm like, American marriage contract is both parties being wed to the state. Yeah, there's a third party in that contract. You are signing over your rights and conceding that you are incompetent. I mean, honestly, that's true, right? Because it's like marriage used to be kind of between the families in that way, you know, and then, you know, the church was there spiritually and got a little bit more involved over time. And then there was a handoff to the state. Then it's like it's not even between the families, it's between the man and the woman and then like the state, which is just, I don't know, it's just, it boggles the mind sometimes thinking about it. It's complicated. If you're watching, you should ask, have men been blinded by love, or is love more important than negotiating the financial realities of sustaining a 25+ year enterprise? Yeah, I mean, Coach Greg Adams likes to say men are in love and women are in business, and we're going to have to start looking at some of that business aspect of this. Yep, Vivian, and your children are considered fruits of that marriage, which belongs to the state. Yep, and especially as the sort of doctrine of best interests of the children, that allows the state to come in and barge in that way. All right, here goes.
本来以为找个有钱的女朋友可以少奋斗20年。
This guy says, I always thought that finding a rich girlfriend could save me 20 years of hard work, but now the sky has fallen.
现在天塌了。新婚姻法解释2月1号。
The new marriage law officially took effect on February 1st. No matter how rich my girlfriend is, it's hers now. It has nothing to do with me. And so this works on the other side for the men too, but we'll see what they're talking about.
开始正式执行。
I feel like this guy's just trolling. Like a bunch of women were upset and he had to make like a troll
女
video.
友再有钱也是他的了，跟我没关系。唉，全网的男人都在笑啊，就我一个人在角落里面。
He said, Sai, all the men in China are laughing, brothers. I'm the only one secretly crying in the
偷
corner.
偷的哭泣。兄弟们。
民法典婚姻家事编司法解释2马上就要施行了。
Brothers, everyone pay attention. Starting from February 1st, the judicial interpretation 2 of the Marriage and Family chapter of the Civil Code has officially been implemented. This judicial interpretation consists of 21 articles, and many of the changes in these articles have truly caught those gold diggers off guard, especially the one about adding a spouse's name to the property title after marriage, which has undergone a huge transformation. You see, in the past, if the name of a spouse was added to the property title, many people would think that this meant half of the house was freely given to the other party as a gift. But now, this operation of adding a name to the property title has become completely different. The property that belonged to one person before marriage, even after adding the spouse's name, still belongs to the original owner. What's even more surprising is that in the past, if the parents paid for the house for their child and the names of both spouses were on the property title, the general public would think that the house was a gift from the parents to the couple. But now the situation has changed. The new rule clearly states that if the parents pay for the house will belong to the side of the parent who paid. In other words, the property belongs to whoever paid for it. There will now be more explicit legal protection for this, and understanding this will make you realize that this new regulation tends to protect the party with stronger economic ability, in other words, the side with more financial resources. For women, this means that marriage is no longer an insurance box. In the past, many women thought that after marriage, if their name was added to the property title, it was a kind of security from their husband. But now, if a woman does not have economic ability when it comes to divorce, there's not much she can take with her. In fact, she might end up with nothing. For men, the impact of this change is even bigger. Although it may seem like the threshold for marriage has lowered, in reality, women will not only look at your personal qualities but will also care more about how much money and assets you can provide for them. Especially in future marriages, just showing the property title and your bank account balance won't be enough to impress a woman. In future marriages, a woman's expectations will not only be for the house and car, but she may even directly ask the man to give her cash. Whether women will continue to agree with the traditional marriage model of man buys house, woman buys car, might become a question worth thinking about.
我真的生气了。
To be honest, it doesn't sound that different from the U.S. because there's community property, in marriage, and then there's what you owned prior to the marriage, and that is separate, Or a guy, one or the other can inherit a house from their parents, but inheritance is separate from marriage, communal property. So it sounds like they just kind of moved over to that model, which isn't that different from us, but I can see how that's different from whatever they've been doing. Now, there are some exceptions to that, because what could happen is you can buy a house, like you put $50,000 down on a house and you owe $450 on it. I don't know. And then you get married like a little bit later, and now your income and her income are technically the same, right? So it's like, even if she's not working, it's technically half her income because that's the communal income for both of you guys as a married couple. Now you're using that income, which is half her income, to pay off the other $450,000 over this house over 20 years, whatever. And you guys get divorced. You say, well, I bought the house before the marriage. The judge can look at that and say, well, she paid for technically this much of the house. I mean, this much of the marriage assets went into paying off the house. So then it gets hairy, because then it's like, well, okay, well, now you guys got to divide the house. It wasn't just yours to begin with. Now, if it's a paid off house before that, that's different, which it sounds like is kind of the case here. Maybe a lot of people in China have their houses paid off. But yeah, so just to compare that,
姐妹们，我要提醒一下你们。
I'm really angry right now. Sisters, I really have to remind you all. The new marriage law for 2025 is out, and we can't keep sacrificing ourselves for that little family anymore. Stop.
Okay, so she's trying to go female MGTOW. It's not going to work.
Just staying at home, raising the kids, and doing all the chores every day.
Is she changing the alternator? She cleaning out the gutters? What else?
Oh my
is she
God,
doing?
you're stuck at home like a maid, cleaning floors, wiping surfaces, and you don't even have the time to wash your face or put on makeup. You're working so hard, but the man still thinks you haven't contributed anything. This is just ridiculous. Today, a lot of men left comments on my post. Reading those disgusting comments from men really made me mad.
Man, saying that is probably only going to bring a lot more comments to her.
I really don't want to discuss it with them anymore. Some men don't even come and leave comments for me. Let me read some of these comments to you. It all started when I said men.
Yeah, exactly, Klaus. It's the 4B movement from China. Toulouse says, true love don't blind reason and logic, but is based on the logic of mutual respects by both parties. Can agree with that. Asians, we always have to be so dramatic. The problem with romantic love is that it's not authentic love, but pure infatuation.
Men should buy a house for the girl. As a result, a lot of men left sarcastic comments. Some said, then you women should buy your own house. Why
exactly.
Wait for the man to buy it for you? Others said, most women just want to freeload a house from men. Some even said, these women don't want to buy a house for themselves. They just like it when men buy it for them. That's what makes them feel comfortable. There was even someone who said, in the past, women could get a share of the property during a divorce, so women who don't have a house now have to buy one themselves. And one man said, why didn't your dad give you his house when you got married? Now, no one's property is so easy to divide. One man said, only what you work hard for is truly reliable. For this comment, I gave it a like because I agree. And there was even a woman who commented, a house is only valuable when it's your own. Women shouldn't make excuses for their desires. When I saw that this was a comment from a woman, I honestly felt a little heartbroken. Please, don't misinterpret me.
So that other woman has some sense. You know what I mean? She's just like, well, you didn't buy the house.
What I meant to say is, without a house, a woman feels like she has no home. I am not saying you should just depend on a man.
Then what are you complaining about?
What I want to express is that women should have economic independence in marriage, not give up on their goals to rely
Then help buy half the house.
On men. The reason I made this comment is that during this Chinese New Year holiday, many people went back home. You know what? Some girls who married far away or have bad relationships with their families, when they go back home, they are completely ignored. They feel like outsiders, treated like flies.
Yeah, because you didn't listen to your family. So they're like, oh, you're back now? Of course your relationship failed.
Constantly being chased around. It feels like they're going through a trial. The new year, which should be a time for warmth and reunion, becomes a frustrating and depressing time for them. This is why I said, men should buy a house for the girl.
I still don't understand why the guy should buy the house.
I didn't expect so many men to leave comments. And especially, this woman left a comment saying, don't make excuses for your
Like, buy me a house because I'm sad.
Desires. I really want to ask, is having desires really a bad thing?
I mean, if they're ridiculous desires.
Desires aren't inherently bad. The key is to fulfill them yourself, not rely on others.
Good. Yes, that's the right attitude.
I want to emphasize that girls aren't looking to depend on men, but to achieve independence through their own efforts. To the sister who left that comment, do you really understand what I'm trying to say? Now that the new marriage law has been enacted, it's time for us to rely on ourselves. If women are still stuck at home doing all the housework, who will appreciate you? I ask you, who will appreciate you? To summarize, these comments
Your children?
Made me realize one thing. Most men, at least 95% of them, think women ask for a house from men just to take their property. They think women want to get something for nothing, to take their wealth. But I want to ask in return, where did 98% of the men get their houses from? Isn't it mostly from their parents' support before marriage?
I don't understand how that means that she should still take half the house just because the man's parents bought him a house for his future. And she's like, well, since your parents gave you the house, now I'm entitled to half of the house.
How can you be so self-righteous when your house was bought with your parents' money?
Because they're not your parents. What did your parents give you? And if your parents didn't give you a house, then, they're whack compared to the other parents who gave him a house. Can't your parents at least give you a dowry? Do something.
You say women always ask for a dowry, at least 80,000 yuan. Does
that she wants a house and 80,000 yuan.
That small amount really break you? Look.
A real man would give all that stuff.
There are luxury cars all over the streets now, and you can't even afford this small dowry money.
Wow.
What are you men even worth? What confidence do you have to say these things to women?
Wow. Chinese guys are going MGTOW fast out here.
然后可能结婚的就会更少了。
Do marriage laws change every year? Do their marriage laws? According to this channel, it seems like there's been some big changes. Imagine building your own home with your own two hands. The dowry system is older than state-sanctioned bank finance property ownership. Very much so. They're playing the victim card, but don't men need the house that they paid for too? Exactly. She wants a house just because. That's what it seems like. I say desire is a good thing. If they are unreasonable, every man knows to stay away. Yes, exactly. Be more forthright about those desires. The kids will appreciate you after all they are. After all, they are what matters the most. Exactly. You can't be dependent and you can't be independent. Catch-22. Interdependence doesn't work when women are not physically capable of equal labor. Yeah, exactly. But what she's trying to do is gaslight about the house labor, the washing the dishes and cleaning the floors. And come on, took you all of like an hour, maybe 2 hours, while you were at home. You're swiping, you're mopping the floors every day. Modern women are being narcissistic beings that put their own desires over their own kids. Yeah. Why are you torturing us with this? It's moving on.
The number of people who might get married in the future will likely continue to decrease, and the reason behind this is quite simple: the implementation of the new marriage law, which essentially clarifies the ownership of assets. In simple terms, who owns what money, who owns what house, and who owns what property from their parents. Even today, some women still ask whether having their partner transfer the title of a house or car to their name before marriage would help them avoid issues with property division.
Oh, they're trying to find a loophole. So if they can convince the guy to transfer the property before the marriage, so they're just another person. God, that sounds like a great way to lose half your property and then not end up married at all. Like we're going to get married in 2 months, but I want you to transfer half your property now. And then oh, I don't want to get married anymore because you upset me. Also, let's put the property up for sale. I want my half.
In fact, This approach is also ineffective. The court determines property ownership based on the bank transaction records, meaning whoever paid for the house or car owns it, and transferring the title will not change this fact. The essence of marriage, to some extent, is actually an exchange of interests between the man and the woman. It may sound exaggerated, but in many cases, it is indeed driven by considerations of wealth, social status, and so on. The new marriage law makes the division of property before and after marriage so clear that some women are now reconsidering whether to get married at all. After all, the motives for marriage are multifaceted. Some might say it's for love, but in reality, for many, it's more about material interests. And now that the new marriage law has closed off the financial aspect, some people might feel that it's more trouble-free to not get married at all. If this trend truly
4B movement
takes off, the marriage rate might decrease, and the divorce rate could drop as well. Marriage has never been purely for love. It is a complex consideration involving economics, safety, social recognition, and even biological instincts. You can ask your friends or relatives around you whether many people get married purely for love, or whether they have weighed multiple factors before making the decision.
Oh, let me just check in with the chat real quick. In Korea, the traditional contribution by women was making the furniture and stoneware. Yeah, I mean, and that goes back for a lot of cultures too. You know, it could be furnishing the house and stuff like that. I don't know too much about dowry in Korea, but I do know the making the furniture thing. Yeah, China is an interesting one too, because China is one of the places where you see a hybrid system where some places are bride price and some places are dowry. And I think bride price, a lot of it has to do with rural areas where women are working in agriculture. But then you also see dowry in like certain classes, usually like the upper classes, where there's more property ownership and that kind of thing. So I wouldn't be surprised if Korea maybe followed that model for a bit. That's a grift on a new level, getting half without marriage at all. Oh yeah. Tate said 6. Anonymous. Hey, how you doing, Anonymous? Great to see you in here. Shout out to you, man. Tate said 6 feet required to be a man. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's just that's just engagement farming. You know what I mean? Like, let me say that. If he really said that, I would question how joining Hustlers University is going to help you achieve that goal. You would probably do better by saving your money from Hustlers University and using it for like that. You ever see like that leg extension surgery that looks really crazy? Oh my gosh. That whole, like they break your legs and then like put metal rods in there and oh gosh. Whoever paid for it is the owner. What a concept. Yeah, exactly. The fact that needed to be codified, but there you go. In this global conversation about men, women, and marriage, we forget the main reason for all of this, children and lineage. That's an excellent point. That really is true. And that, you know, unfortunately, the children are the losers in all of this. And, you know, we can kind of even see that just with our, at least, you know, my generation and younger generations. We're kind of the children of divorced parents. And a lot of that stuff is culminated. And people are just out here, you know, lost. And unfortunately, I guess you could say even disenfranchised. You know, there's no real wealth waiting, and it's tough. You know, people are just kind of working to survive, but you know, maybe there's some hope somewhere. That sounds a little gloomy. Reason for all this is children and lineage. Tate is trolling men, and it's funny because a lot of men are beneath beta. A lot of men refuse to be masculine at all. Well, I mean, that's what he does. It's just part of the formula of like a social media Twitter guy. You go in there and you just say something that just piss off a bunch of people, and then you get a bunch of engagement, and then you come out and you're like, well, what I really meant is this. And if you follow Twitter enough, eventually you kind of start to see it like, all right, you know, that's what this is. Klaus says, she said the divorce rate might decrease too, as if it is a bad thing. Yeah, exactly. I'm not seeing Vivian's other comment, but it says, Korea was largely impoverished and agriculturally based. Heavy ritualistic shamanism as a precursor to Buddhism. Sounds like it would have lended itself to bride price more so back then.
One of the biggest highlights of the new marriage law is the clear protection of premarital property, which no longer differentiates between men and women. Both men and women now have equal rights to their property, and no one can easily acquire the other party's assets through marriage. Many people might find this difficult to understand, and the introduction of this new law has sparked a lot of debate. After I expressed my support for the new marriage law, some people became emotionally agitated and sent me some unspeakably harsh and offensive words. I won't list the specific content here, but it was truly shocking. I boldly guess that some people—
I wonder if that's her parents' wedding photo up here. Maybe it's not hers, but it looks like one of those old school wedding photos from parents.
People are so angry because they believe the introduction of the new marriage law means she or he will lose the opportunity to obtain the other party's premarital property through marriage. In fact, those who
why should you be able to obtain somebody's premarital property through marriage?
think the new marriage law is unfair are either harboring bad intentions or are selfish.
Good for her. See, she's got the right opinion here.
Here, I want to clarify that I am not promoting inequality between men and women, nor do I intend to create gender conflict. My viewpoint is based on the principle of private property, where both men and women should enjoy equal rights.
Very nice.
From now on, property belongs to the individual, while the uterus and children are jointly owned by both spouses.
Uh-oh.
This
That's
means
going to make
that
a
in
lot
the
of
past,
women angry.
some people might have tried to marry to achieve the goal of marrying well means making a lot of money. But this route has now been legally closed. If a name is added to a house after marriage, it does not automatically count as marital property. Even if the house is a gift from parents, it only belongs to their own child, not to both spouses as joint property. Regarding the division of property, the new law also provides more protection for the economically stronger party, whether male or female. From a certain perspective, this is fair. After the implementation of the new marriage law, those who once tried to gain benefits from marriage, especially the gold diggers and phoenix men, no longer
Phoenix men. That's an interesting term right there. I never heard that before.
have any opportunities.
You know, a phoenix rising from the ashes. Somehow you get a really good marriage with a very rich woman.
The law has clearly stated that no one can hope to quickly get rich through marriage, and no one can marry, quickly divorce, and then claim a portion of the assets. This change, to some extent, reflects the law's support for fairness. However, from a different angle, from the perspective of women, those who have truly spent a lot of time and energy caring for the family and raising children seem not to have received enough emotional compensation. The physical costs and damages women endure during childbirth are irreversible, such as stretch marks, postpartum incontinence, and other issues, things that no money can compensate for. Not to mention that women—
I mean, you know, when it comes to that, like, I look at that like, you know, it's like, oh, I gave birth to your children, and then, you know, as soon as those are my children. I don't know if that, I mean, is that supposed to be entirely blamed on the man there?
usually bear more of the household chores and childcare responsibilities. So how should these contributions be fairly rewarded? Some might ask, does this mean women should abandon their plans to get married and have children? Of course not. What I want to say further is that although the new marriage law superficially lowers the threshold for men to get married, it actually raises the standard for marriage. Now, women no longer rely on a house or dowry to choose a marriage partner, so their standards for choosing a man have become more stringent. In the past, women would marry anyone, even if the man was not particularly suitable. Now, women know that they cannot rely on their partner for material support, so what do they seek in a man? It's simple. They are now looking for whether the man is good-looking, whether he is taller than 1.8 meters, and whether he has enough intelligence, humor, emotional value,
Get to the money.
and can provide emotional security and social resources. Even more importantly, does he have a good body? Does he have better genes to give their children a better future?
I think she's saying like, well, if the women got to work, they all want chads now. What she doesn't know is that, I mean, you know, that's going to be a very small amount of the population, and a lot of women are going to be fighting over this guy, which they'll probably get some time with them, but it's not going to be a monogamous marriage or even a marriage at all for a lot of them.
For ordinary men, these standards are now higher than ever before. For those men without
It just seems weird. It's like, well, now the standards are really high, but if you would have signed a house over to our name, then you would have got something. Even if that is the case, I don't know. I feel like if I'm a normal guy, I still wouldn't want to do that. It's just such a like weird, it's just kind of nasty in that way. You know what I mean? In this, looks like my, some reason I can't pull up the chats. I'll just read them. State is going to state. Why does the state have to regulate marriage at all in the first place? That is a good question. That's a good question. I guess if their families aren't, or if there's a high chance of failure and they're going to end up on welfare, then the state feels like maybe it has some right to do that, I guess. More so probably because of a higher chance of failure. And then when that happens, there's real property and real children involved, you know. It is unrealistic to expect a man to take full ownership of responsibility for his own offspring, and by extension, their mother. Kids need their mom. Yeah, I would say that. They need both parents. The state is just another word for ruling class, aka the people who decide where society goes. Culturally, politically, they get involved because it's their show. Yeah, that's a good point. Asian Chads are rare. They exist, but they are super rare. I'm sure if you went to China, there's probably an equal proportion to the US. I mean, it's a big place, right? I'm sure there's a bunch of Asian Chads walking around. What she means is the standard for grifting now is higher, and if we can't grift, we need other perks for marriage. Exactly.
Sources or clear personal value. The marriage threshold is certainly higher. In the future, it won't be enough to just have a car and a house to marry a wife, especially for those men who rely on their parents' support or borrow money to buy a car or house. It seems that it will be much more difficult for men to marry a high-quality woman. More importantly, men may also raise their standards when choosing a spouse. From my perspective,
it's interesting. It's like they created the same community property laws that the U.S. has, and now the women are pissed in China and they're becoming more like American women.
New marriage law has actually promoted the growth of women and forced them to become more independent. The old idea that he is responsible for making money and supporting the family, and I am responsible for being beautiful, has gradually become outdated, because the more dependent you are, the greater the risk. Today, whether to marry or have children is a personal choice for both men and women, and everyone should make decisions based on their own situation without interference from others. Women should not focus all their attention on a man's car, house, and money. What is more important is that women should emphasize self-worth and work towards improving their economic independence and personal abilities. This way, in future marriages, women will have more say, even possibly absolute say. This is what modern women should focus on.
Yesterday, a sister messaged me saying that the new judicial interpretation of the marriage law clearly favors men, especially in terms of post-marriage property ownership. She feels that the law is emphasizing men's interests in this regard. However, why do I believe that this is not biased toward any one party? As I've mentioned before, when a woman chooses to marry a man, it's usually for a certain purpose. If she cannot rely on financial support, then she must rely on genes. And when it comes to genetic...
God, I always have to question, like, are these translations accurate? It just seems so, I don't know.
Genetic selection, this directly affects the opportunities most men have in the marriage market. Because, in marriage, genes are quite simple. The most obvious factors are height, appearance, and education level. From the perspective of genetic inheritance, men who are lacking in height, appearance, or education are more likely to use financial resources as a means of competing for women. But if this advantage is weakened...
Gosh, what a disaster. Kind of makes you think the parents should be arranging marriages.
And the division of property before marriage becomes very clear, many men may find their competitiveness in the marriage market significantly reduced.
I feel like this kind of reflects, like, it seems like, oh, wow, look how nutty this is. But then when you think about it, how it is over here, it's like just as bad.
After all, even with material support, many men
maybe even worse,
still struggle to find the right wife. Without material support, how many women would be willing to choose them? Now, women don't necessarily need to get married to have children, as technology is advancing so rapidly. Techniques such as artificial insemination are very mature, and women can choose men with excellent genes, high education, and outstanding appearance to conceive their children.
Okay, so she's going the single mother by choice route.
This way, they can...
Man, the future's going to be crazy. Like, you're going to have a bunch of single mothers by choices, and you're going to have a bunch of guys that had surrogate kids, and then, like, the single mother by choice kid's going to meet the surrogate father, the father's surrogate kid, and they're going to, like, somehow find each other, and I don't know, who knows? Maybe it'll create a new level of romantic love we've never seen, like a new abomination, super romantic love, where like each of these kids are missing one parent, and somehow they have a bigger hole in them than they've ever had in human history, and then they find each other, and it would just be like crazy. Isn't having a family and the security of not dying alone a good enough incentive? How can any decent human being turn a family into a grift? It's just gross. Well, yeah. No, modern women should not have absolute say. Shut it down. I'm kind of relieved, what Klaus says, to see that China makes the same errors in societal development. Otherwise, they might get too powerful. Yeah, this will put the brakes on a lot of things. Vivian says, I would have killed to have my dad select a mate for me. As a convert, I was told that was not possible because he was not Muslim, but he would have done it. I asked him once. Yeah, I don't know if that's true or not. Basically, you have to have a guardian that's essentially negotiating for your rights, which is the dower. I don't know if that's particularly true. Hold on, I'm just gonna reload this chat thing. Oh man. Right click, share, copy. Sorry, I don't know why I'm not able to pull up the chats. I got to reload the thing. Start. Okay. I hate that I can't share the chats on the screen.
Avoid unnecessary constraints in marriage while ensuring better genetics for their children. Additionally, even if a woman chooses to have children as a single mother, she can still maintain economic independence and personal autonomy. This way, if issues arise in her marriage, such as the husband's infidelity or family conflicts, she won't face being left.
I feel like China probably has like a large enough welfare state to begin with that I guess if it hits this like single mom sort of deal, then like maybe they will be able to I don't know, accommodate this somehow. Like maybe it's built in, but it sounds like it's getting there. I'm having trouble with the chats. That's too bad. Let me just get this off the screen. Wow. Well, I don't even know. Whatever. I hate it when technical crap happens like midway. It's fine. Let's see. Miles says, all these ladies' intellectualizations are myopic. They forget to factor in spirituality and human psychology, people being attracted to mates who mirror their spiritual wounds, unresolved trauma. That's an interesting point right there. I like that. I like that point. It is, I mean, that's true, which leads to, I guess that's romantic love in some way. Vivian says, the Muslims at the masjid I went to said you have to get married and you need a wali. Yeah, a guardian. So I was like, my dad is my guardian, and they said he's not Muslim. My dad was very, very old school and he did not play. Yeah, I don't think that's true. If you actually conducted the marriage, they'll put a marriage contract there, and whoever's, even if you don't have one, the person conducting the marriage ceremony, the imam, he will stand in as the guardian and do the negotiating for you. That's at least how they do it over here, in situations like that. So it should be the same wherever you are. So, I mean, I think they're just saying a bunch of extra, to be honest. So yeah, I mean, it really just depends where.
With nothing. Imagine if a woman relies on the financial support of her husband. In his family, she might not have a voice. The property might not belong to her, and she could even be kicked out at any time. In such a situation, the woman would be in a very vulnerable position. Here's some advice for all my sisters. Whether you get married or not, you must find a way to own a house that belongs to you, no matter how small. Even a tiny one-bedroom apartment is a strong backup plan. Especially when facing risks in future marriages, owning a house that belongs to you means you can handle any unexpected situation independently.
That's really good.
Sisters, do you understand?
That's good, because then when she gets married, she'll at least be coming in with some assets.
Stand?
The new marriage law in China officially took effect on February 1st. Whether you accept it or not, this is an established fact. I believe the next crucial step is to push those women who were previously hesitant about marriage, or even unwilling to get married, to face workplace competition head-on, competing with men on the same track. This transformation will gradually become a widely accepted societal concept through the efforts of an entire generation. Why has this situation emerged? The reason is simple. Since marriage no longer provides substantial financial security for women,
see, look at all that housework this guy's doing.
They must now rely on their own efforts, just like men, to establish themselves in society and earn their own wealth. All material resources, including real estate and savings, must be acquired by women themselves. Only in this way can they ensure that these assets belong entirely to them, without being affected by marriage or coveted by others. At the same time, the new marriage law also makes it difficult for men to target the wealth of financially successful women, as the law now clearly protects the assets women accumulate before marriage. If this trend continues, in about one generation, society's views on marriage, property ownership, and women's financial independence will likely undergo a complete transformation. People will come to recognize the importance of real estate and personal assets accumulated before marriage. The outdated mindset of
sounds like it's fair for both parties, honestly. All right, I got the chat sharing back up. Oh, check this out. Hey, Caesar, welcome in, man. Great to see you. Thanks for the donation, man. That's very generous. What's up, Shah? Well, we just been chilling, man. If you're just getting here, I don't know if you had a chance, but Paul and I actually did another discussion. There's Caesar right here. Shout out to Caesar. And that got posted yesterday. So you might enjoy that. You might enjoy that. So I just wanted to share that with you. But yeah, we were talking about Warren Farrell here being interviewed by Brian. We gave Brian a little bit of flowers today for interviewing a men's rights guy 3 years ago. So yeah, hey, credit to him. And then we're learning about a new change in property law. So yeah, that's pretty much where we were at. Thank you again for the donation. Very, very generous. Hope you're doing well down there in LA. Hope things are going well for you, man. Hello, Mr. Quintana. Let's go and check out the comments on this. We're at 4 hours 15. I think I'll just read the comments and we'll just chat a bit and then call it. How about that? Women, oh no, you mean now when I get married, I can't just divorce him a year later and take his house and money? I have to actually stay married now? The new marriage law makes a man's married life more secure. Now we don't fear women marrying for property since property is no longer a bargaining chip in the marriage. You know, it's just funny, and it's like the women are trying to threaten this 4B thing, but the law has changed. So I think eventually it's just like it's a game of chicken. They're going to have to figure it out. 304s are no different, no matter the country. China finally did it right. Yeah, +1 to China. I don't think it's that different from community property here, but in the U.S., community property doesn't always mean they won't get it. I mean, like, if it's property before the marriage, because, again, if you're using community income to pay that property off, then they can try to find a way in that way. Funny concept. If the woman actually stays married to the man, she can enjoy his house and wealth forever. Wow, what a crazy twist on marriage. The idea of staying together for life. It's about time to filter out all these gold diggers. Being too good to women is what got us in this mess in the first place. That's honestly true. This new law will make men more willing to marry and women less likely to marry. I wish the U.S. would implement such a law. Women, I don't know. I still think U.S. has a similar law. It's if you own the property outright before marriage, then it's separate, unless you commingle it. See, actually, China's law is better because you can still add her name to it after marriage, and it'll still be your house if it was paid for before the marriage. Over here, if you put her name on it, it's over. Actually, never mind. Yeah, +1 for China. China's doing it real good. None of this would matter if people weren't planning their divorces before the wedding. Coach Greg Adams. I am a woman, and I agree with the new law. Good for her. We need this law here in the West. Sadly, it's too late for me. The U.S. should learn from this. This puts emphasis on the quality of the relationship between man and woman and not the material aspect of it. Yeah. Why American and other countries haven't done this is the question. That speaks to their self-interest in ruining men and not correcting things in society for all. It's not a marriage law, it's a divorce law. This law assumes that a married couple will divorce, and so even before they get married, the ownership of assets is predetermined. Well, it just seems to be, the case nowadays. So that's just too bad. Whew. Toulouse says every country should get rid of spousal support after divorce. I think so too. Okay, I can see how maybe it made sense, but like before women working or before like some kind of welfare state. But, it's different now, especially with employment and things. And it's just a completely different standard. I don't know. I think at this point also guys just need to understand and accept what they are walking into, when it comes to like, if someone's looking for the Steven Crowder deal and then you get screwed over in the end, it's just like, man, at a certain point, it's kind of all on you at that point for making that decision. You know what I mean? But I do wish they would change some things and at least open up some possibilities over here, so. Oh, I forgot. Let me just put on my YouTube chat again. There we go. Now I can get the chats up. It's fixed, guys. That was Caesar Quintena's chat. Thank you again for the donation. Appreciate that, man. What a Merd says, if you're getting married, you're having kids. For the kids' sake, that's 18 plus years of parenting in a shared household, ideally. After that, divorce really will only make you lonely. So why? Yeah, that's where you get those crazy TikTok videos where like a woman divorces in her 50s or something and then goes out on Tinder and realizes just how crappy it is when she starts getting ghosted. You know what's crazy? I think there are some women out there who have like guys, I feel like more guys typically get their heart broken before a wedding's going to take place. It's like just in our culture. Guy's likely to have his heart broken when he's young. I think women don't get their heart broken until way later in their life. Like they go through that divorce and they're like, oh my God, I'm free. Thank God. The guy's heartbroken probably, maybe not. And then they get with somebody else after who they're like, the bad boy type, who they're really into. And then that guy completely plays them. And then they're just like, oh my God, this feels terrible. Like I've never felt this way I've never had my heart broken this badly my entire life. And I'm 45. You know what I mean? Where most guys by like, before 30 or even, somewhere there have went through that like heart-wrenching heartbreak. But for a woman, I don't know, maybe at least, maybe more than men have managed to like not run into that until way later. I don't know. It's hard to say. At least take away the enablers to divorce. Yeah, that should definitely be done. I don't know. It's interesting because it's like, even if it's just an at-fault divorce, or if those laws came back, it's funny because looking back at dowry and stuff, at fault or not, at fault is still better. Obviously the reason people say we shouldn't go back is just because there's going to be so many false accusations of things and just to get out of the requirements for at fault. But looking at dowry stuff, it's like, it's just a less crappy deal than the one we have now. But, I don't know why I keep thinking of Steven Crowder, and it's like he gets married to this woman. Now he's getting divorced and he's paying her $25,000 a month just in temp support. I don't know what the update is. He's going to be paying a hell of a lot more. She brought nothing to the marriage. And, looking back on it, a guy like that, if the guys at the top were going to be monogamous and were able to negotiate marriages with people befitting of their class, you can say, it would even things out going all the way down. But those guys either don't want to take the risk, understandably, and they're just going to keep doing what they're doing, It's just, it's just a ruined market for everybody, you can say. So divorce is supposed to be a terrifying prospect. It's supposed to be the worst case scenario, but people expect like they can't wait for their cash and prizes. Yeah, exactly. There was a good Russian series I was watching. Let me see if I can pull that up. You might enjoy it, but it's called Anna Karenina on Mosfilm. I want to go back and rewatch this. I want to do videos about the dowry and then take screenshots from like just from like films or good works of art to describe things. This one right here. This one's really good. But basically Anna Karenina is married to a man who's a little bit older than her, but is basically a very good match. Her family found her a very good husband. And she even has a son and everything. And then she meets this guy, Vronsky, who's like this young up-and-coming, military official guy. And she pretty much starts an affair with him. Now, this is dowry paying Russia here. And, it's like 6 or 7 parts. I'm going to put this in the old chat box. Is that part 1? Copy. And anyway, so, obviously there would have been a dowry to that husband. And then there's like parts in the series where she's trying to get a divorce, but he just won't give her one. And it's funny because I didn't realize it till later, but I think one of the biggest problems is that her dowry endowment is probably still there in the possession of the husband. And he's trying to get a divorce. She's trying to get him to grant her a divorce so she can probably get that dowry endowment back into her hands, so that she can then finalize a marriage with him. It's just this interesting thing to think about how all that stuff would work. But it's a really good series. I mean, I think you'd like it. Great production value on this. I really like Mosfilm. Mosfilm has like a lot of good just Russian stuff. Crowder wasn't famous when they got married. She claimed the cash and prizes. Yeah, that's true. Maybe he just never knew he was going to get that big. I wonder where he was at in his career exactly when they got married. But yeah, I guess that was the room of the problem. The room of the problem. She wasn't asked to bring nothing to the table, so her narcissism was enabled by gynocentric love. Yeah, I mean, the deal is just too good. And it's just like if you get something and you don't have to work for it or pay for it. You know what I mean? It's like if someone came over here and gave me like a sports car tomorrow, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what I would do with that. I really don't care to drive a sports car. I'd probably just sell it, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. Say maybe you thought it was cool and then you get it for free, or you're probably not going to respect it as much. You know what I mean? With the dowry, you're very much invested into the marriage. You know what I mean? Same with, it's a lot of hard work that your family has given you in order to invest into this. So there's just a lot of reasons not to mess it up that make more sense, Anna Karenina is a good one, and it is a difficult read, but the movie with Keira Knightley was good. I haven't seen that. I've only ever seen this version. And you got to think about, it's an interesting time too, when I think this book is written. Romantic love is kind of taken over. You know what I mean? So a lot of stories about romantic love tend to end in tragedy. Even if you think of like, I don't know, Count of Monte Cristo in some way, Mercedes' family was mad because, they wanted her to marry within her own, I guess, people or group or whatever. And then romantic love, she chooses that, and it, ends badly. This is another example of romantic love ending badly. Romeo and Juliet's the same thing. There's talk of an arranged marriage there, and she's supposed to marry some noble, and it's supposed to be a good match. And, she doesn't do that. That ends in tragedy. It seems romantic love always ends in tragedy. I'll have to check that one out though, Vivian. I listen to your most recent talk with Paul, I like your criticism of the idea that men are born with no value and how we fail to recognize our intrinsic value or something like that. Yeah, it's just basically saying that more recent red pill PUA stuff is just as gynocentric as tradcon stuff, in a way. And they do this almost in like a backwards kind of way. You know what I mean? Because if you're saying women are born with all their value out of the gate and men have none, it's kind of a pedestalization. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's something worth pointing out. And then it goes into this whole concept of men being disposable. Even Warren Farrell said it himself on this interview, but I think that's something we can get away from. And men believing that, I think, is just bad to begin with. And that's where, this conversation about what masculinity is and what is it, and who defines masculinity for us? Is it us? And these different groups like tradcons or feminists or red pill self-improvement gurus, everybody tries to define masculinity. And the question is how do these different groups define masculinity? And what are they trying to achieve by doing that? And you as a man, who should you let define masculinity for you, or should you define it yourself based off the society we live in? It's an interesting discussion, you know what I mean? So if you're going to let your definition of it be that you're born without any value. I mean, Andrew Tate just put up a tweet today. I showed it to you guys. He probably put up a lot of tweets. Andrew Tate. Mr. Andrew Tate. Here it is, right here. Women lose all attraction to you once they can't get money from you. So that kind of goes into the men have no value and you got to build your value. That's kind of the same thing. So you're born with no value and you got to make all this money. And then that's the only thing that creates value and that makes women attracted to you. And then once they can't get money from you, they're not attracted to you. I don't know how this fits in with the whole bad boy thing who just, lives at somebody's house on a mattress with no box spring and it's dirty, but somehow women will go over there and be attracted to that guy. You know what I mean? So weird. It's just funny. So yeah, it's a question worth contemplating and thinking about. Talut says, yeah, I was a daring, crotic. That's a word I haven't seen before. Interesting. Heartbeat or pulse. Yeah, that was a daring crotic against the popular concept of the red pill, critique. Sorry. Oh my God. Hitting on 4 hours and 30 minutes. Critique against the popular concept of the red pill community about men's value, depending on female validation. Yeah, and guys like Paul, who are, been around for a lot longer, they see it that way and they have a different perspective. I think, this is what I think, he's seen this whole thing evolve. So he's kind of seen it from the beginning and he's seen all the PUA stuff in the beginning. So, I mean, they have a better understanding of gynocentrism and how it plays in with feminism and romantic love. And then when you look at the PUA stuff, it's kind of just coping with gynocentrism or still kind of pushing it in its own way, so it's a good conversation to have. And then when you have that understanding that they're pushing, then when it comes to like, if you believe that, then it's like, oh, well, men need to be the providers because men are supposed to be the providers. Okay, well, then when it comes to like this dowry understanding or how people have been doing it or what she brings to the table, you're not supposed to expect any kind of financial thing. So if you're going to go with that model, then it's basically saying all this stuff in the past was either wrong or they're just not aware of it. You know what I mean? What a Merit says, I find intrinsic value in just contemplating nature, enjoying my hobbies, traveling, just being a witness to life. Never occurred to me that in itself is enough, but then you have to pay bills too. So yeah, I mean, that's just part of the practical, tough parts of life. And the beauty of life is I guess, once you've kind of, worked this sort of practical stuff you got to do to kind of open up some amount of freedom with yourself, then the question is what do you do with your freedom to help define your life? We got to survive and take care of our basic needs. And if we're lucky, we can open up a little bit of extra time for ourselves, maybe at the end of the day or on a weekend, to do something else. Now, a lot of people, it just depends how you want to use your freedom, Yeah, Mercedes made the dude raise the Count's baby. That's why she married him. They had premarital sex. Otherwise, she probably would not have married the backstabby guy who was already jealous. Yeah, it's quite the story. It's a good book. I mean, I've never read the full one. I've read the abridged. It's over there, but it's outside of arm reach. There was actually a new Count of Monte Cristo. I wish I could find it for you guys. I have it here. They made a TV series, and they also made a movie. And in the TV series, there's a part where I think it's Danglars, one of the guys who screwed over the Count, is trying to explain to his son, because there's a marriage, there's a woman, and he's literally explaining, do you remember how big her dowry is? And I wish I could share that scene. Just give me a second. I'll try to pull it up. I have it here. Movies and TV shows. Hell. Monte Cristo. Damn, I can't remember. See, they literally released a TV series and they released a movie, and I can't remember which is which. Oh, I think I remember now. It's in the movie. It's like past 1 a.m. Checking out. Have a nice night, chat and shot. Oh yeah, no worries. Thanks for being in here. Appreciate you hanging out. See if I can find it real quick. Pause. It's gonna be like damn near impossible. I shouldn't even torture everybody with this. All right, he's already the noble once that happens. Romantic love. Let me just pull that up. Romantic love almost always ends in a tragedy. Yeah, isn't that? It's just interesting. Like a lot of stories. Then I think, well, obviously we have a lot of rom-coms now where everything ends up happy. But everything from like this period where it was like changing over from dowry to love marriages, I guess, it was always just like so bad. You know what I mean? It just ends in tragedy. So it's like they did know, I feel like. The hell with it. I ain't gonna find it. I'll rewatch this and I'll share it with you guys next time. Damn. Yeah, it's a great scene because it just overtly is the father talking to his son, and he's just like, hey, listen, we got to get this right. You know what I'm saying? Masculinity has become like a religion. Church with many splintered denominations. Finding one's own way that works for them seems to be the best path to follow now. Yeah, that's a good point. Especially with the sort of splintering of a lot of different religions, especially if you live in like a society like we do. We live in a secular, free society with freedom of speech, which means like nothing's really safe. Anything can be criticized. And it's like even religious symbology is part of like the public domain to either talk about, criticize, or disrespect. You know what I mean? And it's like, because of that, there's not really a centralized authority on the religious symbology, kind of like there used to be in some places. Now there's either a bunch of different competing versions of that, or there's just people who are out there using the symbols however they want to use those symbols. You know what I mean? You can have Kanye West out here preaching and doing stuff, and everybody flying out to Jackson Hole, Wyoming, or wherever to go to his ministry, and then later on you can have him have his wife naked there at the Grammys or whatever, and it's just, I don't know, it's just like this fair game sort of thing. So everything's just become atomized, I guess. Tradcons are just not aware of real traditional values. A woman is supposed to be support, even financially, as a virtuous woman, as described in Proverbs. Yeah, but especially like super tradcons, they'll look at you and be like, your wife's not supposed to worry about any finances. You know what I mean? You should just get a second job and do all these things. And you better not play a single video game until your wife wants of nothing financially. Anyone know if we can still access these chats when the stream is no longer live? I typically check live chat replay. Damn, I can't remember if I did it on this one. But when I set up the stream, if I hit a certain box or I don't uncheck a box, you should be able to see all the chats after the stream. Damn, and I can't remember if I did it for this one or not. I'll keep that in mind for the future, though, if I didn't. Yes, we can see the chat in the replay. Perfect. You can still chat after the stream has ended if you don't leave, and you can always replay the chat when you rewatch. Okay, perfect. I know on the back end, there is something you can uncheck that takes away that ability, but I never do that because I think it's cool for people to see the chat after. According to Jack Donovan in his book, The Way of Men, masculinity is defined by 4 main characteristics: strength, honor, courage, and mastery. Jack Donovan is an MRA anthropologist researcher. That sounds interesting. I'm sure there's a ton of different models out there, and I'm sure they're all good. I have narrowed mine down to just something very basic and simple. Masculinity is just directness, being direct, and femininity is being indirect, which probably sounds like a woefully, a description that's definitely wanting of something. But for me, that seems to be where I want to start my understanding of masculinity. And when I think of many times in my life where masculinity was needed, every single one of those moments required me being direct in some way or some kind of confrontation in some way, especially when I've been out with women. You know what I mean? Like, there's certain things. There was a woman I saw for like 9 months, and kind of like, I think it was like our third time out or second time out or something. And she needed to get some shoes or something. So I went with her, and we were at the cashier, and the cashier, she was paying for her shoes, and the cashier kept trying to upsell her on some stuff or get her to sign up for some stuff. And I was just sitting there watching, standing next to her. And then like, after like the second or it was like the third time that they kept asking. And I was like, can we just pay for this without having to sign up for anything? And then they were like, yeah, absolutely. And then they just paid for it, and that was it. And as soon as we got out of the door, she like let out this big ass sigh of relief, and she was just like, thank you. And I didn't even realize I'd really done anything, to be honest. But it was just like, to her, she was just like so grateful I did that. And it's just like, she was probably not, it's going to be tougher for her to just be like that. Where for me, I was just like, damn, this is starting to annoy me. I'm not even paying for nothing. And that probably got me like 9 months of goodwill right there. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, I don't know. I just narrow it down to something like that. Even when you look at like, okay, men are supposed to go to war and masculine men solve all these problems. It's just about direct confrontation of whatever the problem is. And men tend to be the ones that go to war, meaning when direct confrontation is needed, masculine men tend to be the ones that have to do that, or if it's in, dating and asking a woman out, well, typically they're like, well, we want the man to approach you, to approach the woman. And, women are going to drop their little handkerchief, and give you the IOI. That's where they get IOI from. She's indirectly trying to kind of give you a clue, Hell, if you just look at the biology of it, with the penetration and you know what I'm saying? We don't got to get that into it. But I think on a base level, starting there is good enough for me. And then you can look at, okay, there's all these other maybe ethical systems or something pasted onto that base, whether it's the Tradcon one or the PUA one or the feminist one. And if we can make masculinity some core thing and then see what edifices have been built on top of it and for what purpose and for what agenda, so Paul and I might have this discussion. I'm hoping for that, and maybe I can see what he thinks about it. So it'll be interesting. Paul's a older gentleman who's seen a lot. I'm younger to middle aged at this point, and I think it'd be a fun conversation. So, is masculinity the next subject you and Paul? Yeah. So at the end of the last chat, we were talking about that, and I suggested that could be a good topic, and he's definitely willing to do it. So I mean, we haven't scheduled anything yet, but I'm sure we'll do something like that soon enough. So ideally, it'll be about that. So it'll be different from the dowry stuff, but some of that stuff probably peripherally can go into that, because it's like, well, are you not masculine then if you're expecting a dowry or something like that? Like, well, no. I mean, because you can still be masculine by being able to embody these characteristics of being direct. That has nothing to do with having to provide this or whatever. It's just, this is a masculine man, whether or not he chooses to be a hero, quote unquote, or not. It's still a masculine guy. So I don't know. It's interesting to think about, that would be lit. Oh. Iowa indication of interest. I did PUA for 10 years, by the way. Yeah. Oh man. I bet you got some skill. When it comes to PUAs, I will say the one guy I have a soft spot for is the 33 Secrets, Matt Cross. I like Matt Cross. Caesar with the donation. Hell, thank you, man. Very generous. I appreciate that, man. Honestly, it's all hard-earned money right there. Masculinity is of higher excellence than femininity. That's why men take longer to mature. The more sophisticated the organism, the longer it takes to mature. Definitely makes sense with humans. Humans need a lot more time. It's interesting, like animals can give birth and like relatively fast that animal can be walking around. But for a human baby, by the way, my buddy just had a baby. Shout out to my buddy if he's watching. He just had a baby a couple days ago. I called him today. I didn't call him for the last however long it's been, because I figured he's just dealing with. As soon as I called him, I just heard a baby crying in the background. But yeah, human babies are vulnerable for a long time. They say technically human gestation should actually be for 12 months. But because of whatever deviation from nature humans have taken, the human head has gotten to be so big that the only way to get it to pass through the birth canal without harming the woman is to have the baby come out 3 months early. Versus other animals, the baby comes out pretty much fully developed and, a lot of them at least ready to go. I don't know how true that is. Could be some bro science, but at least for women, or excuse me, at least for humans. How dare you? Oh man, I think I got that one.
How dare you?
So yeah, it'll be an interesting discussion. I think the question of what is masculinity is maybe not something a single person can answer, but maybe we can, if we pick at it enough. They got whole books over here, like Plato, discussing what is justice. You know what I mean? Like these guys all sit around, they're like, what is justice? And then they go through all the common sense definitions of justice. And they have this big conversation in the hope that just for a moment, they'll get a glimpse of what justice really is, and justice will reveal itself in its purest form, so that all the other definitions of justice kind of emanate from this definition of justice. And then, maybe Paul and I have this discussion. Maybe if we pick at it long enough, we'll be lucky enough to just for a fleeting moment, see what masculinity is. But that's all we need, just a fleeting moment. And that'll allow us to properly value the other definitions of justice that are, pervasive around here. So, walking upright, shorten gestation. Yep, that too. Yeah, exactly. So there are these like quirky things about humans that, other animals don't really share. And I think it has a lot to do with how we developed consciousness and that kind of thing. But maybe we can save that for another time. Anyways, guys, yeah, it's been fun hitting 4 hours and 47 minutes here. And I'm going to get some rest. I was super exhausted after the last discussion because I spent a few days studying for it. And I had like the craziest caffeine withdrawal. I haven't had caffeine for a few days now, but I had like the craziest caffeine withdrawal headache. Thank God that's over. It's mostly a social construct. Very little difference, in my opinion, between men and women. Yeah, I mean, and I can see that too, because you think about, different groups defining masculinity for whatever their utility value is. There seems to be a lot of cultural creation on top of whatever that base layer is. So, I don't think that's inaccurate, but anyways, guys, I appreciate everybody who hung out tonight. We had a good time. Hope everybody had a good time. We'll see what we got going next week, and hope you guys have a great Sunday. It's been awesome, brother. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you, Tilly. Appreciate that. It's great having you in here, man. If you guys aren't in the Discord and want to join the Discord, the link is in the description of here. So you can just throw that in there if you want. Or you can just click on the description and hit the Discord. You can always come back to it, too, if you like that. We usually just chat. Sometimes I'll throw some stuff in there throughout the week, and it's kind of nice. It's just kind of nice to touch a little bit of, touch base, and as things come up, have a little discussion about it. So anyways, I'll